Hey, Akira. Okay. Hey, Fluffy. Oh, it's your aunt's birthday. Wow. Very nice day. I don't know how is the weather over there, but it looks like a very nice season. I like it. I don't know. I'm feeling very good about Leo season. I don't know what is going on in the skies, but I'm feeling really good about Leo season. I'm feeling like I'm feeling okay. I don't know what Virgo season is going to bring, but about Leo season, I'm feeling very good. It's so funny because on my TikTok feed, I don't know why, somehow it's starting to appear Capricorn women and astrologers, I guess, also that they talk about, in their accordingly to their experience, what is the best signs or the signs that they wouldn't date or that they don't like, certain signs that they don't like, and it is very funny because I think that if you each person has their own experience, of course. I think that, yeah, it could be about science, but at the same time, I think that it's also very limited, to be like, oh, because I am a sign that is your sign, you should listen to me because I had better experience with this sign, so you better watch out. I think that, we should take into consideration other placements. But honestly, I don't know about other signs, but I think that specifically for Capricorn, there's not much people that we like. So I kind of understand that, if I had to make a list, I wouldn't go for like a sun sign, but I think that it's very obvious the energies that I don't like. I don't get along well. Like, I don't know. I just I don't get along well with certain energies. Um, and others I have to learn. I have to learn to integrate. But I think that I don't know. I find it funny that these people that are creating content, that they are astrologers themselves. That sometimes it seems like they do have a lot of like judgment towards certain signs, or their speech is pretty much the same. I'm starting to notice that every time they talk, I don't know if they copy each other's videos or each other's concept, like what an astrologer is saying, the other one, does their own style or their own ranking somehow. But it seems like they repeat ideas very much, and their speech is very is just, I don't know. It's not how I studied astrology. It's not how I integrated astrology or what I know about astrology. I think that also, if I was an astrologer, just like as I am a tarot reader, I shouldn't have this speech of being very judgmental of other, sun signs or other energies that I particularly don't like. But it has nothing to do with me. You have to, deliver a service, or you have to be very neutral. It doesn't have to show, that you have like a particular feeling about the sign. Like I think that it's like, wow, like I don't know. I think that we all have flaws. All of us. It's not about a certain sign. I think that all of us we have flaws. But I noticed that in the delivery of the content, of like, it's always like, probably like hating on certain signs. Um, but I think that it's so when you bring down to earth, um you know the compatibility, and you leave it, sometimes even if you have the best compatibility, it doesn't work. It doesn't work, or there's arguments, or there's differences, or it ends up bad. So, because I had partners that I didn't even look for this, but they had, very fitting um, placements to mine, that they would match my energy perfectly. And yeah, we would get along. Initially, we would get along very well. But then eventually, because we are people and we have different willpower, and just because you have those placements, it doesn't mean that you're going to do something about it. It's a potential, it's a potential. And some people are lazy in relationships, or they choose, yeah, they probably are like, I get along really well with you, or there's compatibility, but I don't want to put the effort, or, I don't see, I think that what we have is okay like this, so it's tough. It's tough. It's tough. Experiences based on sun sign alone really don't mean anything about the sun sign. Yes. The speech in TikTok videos is also very unserious. It's all black and white, trying to be sensational, but they're not true. Yes. Mm-hmm. I watched a video of a girl being so fixated on Aquarius being a pygmy, and all the comments were saying, and Aquarius probably stole her boyfriend. The girl is a triple cup. Yeah, probably there must be something like this. Yes, for you to be so fixated on a sign. Yes, yes. Also, because even with astrology itself, you have to look in the individual chart. Some people are more complicated than others in relationships, unfortunately. Yes. And of course, it's not just about astro, like you say, it's energy and potential. Yeah, and some people don't use the potential. We don't use it. I remember, you know, I had, I always, when I was younger, and every time, like, I would have like two potential people that I liked, maybe because I was young and I was inexperienced, I was like, I would want to go with the one that gives me more adrenaline, the person that makes me feel something, instead of thinking like, oh, I'm looking for a partner to build something with. No, I wasn't in that energy, not at all. I wanted someone exciting. I wanted, I wanted a passion. I wanted, um, intensity, not drama, but I wanted, strong emotions. I really wanted that sort of chaotic energy, the mystery, probably, um, and and I had always two options. I had like the potential of the person that, was, yeah, very emotional. They were very like into me, but they were very childish, or they were very impulsive. But I was attracted to that. And then I had probably the plain guy with the plain energy, very stable, very secure, I would say, but that it wouldn't move me. I wouldn't feel the attraction. I wouldn't feel the, even though if, that person put a lot of effort and time and presence, and he was very, respectful towards me, and everything, but I wanted someone like wilder. I wanted someone that wouldn't contain themselves so much, and this person was like this. So I would go for, the one that was like so chaotic, and then, yeah, it would it wouldn't last, of course. But I think that, yeah, and even today, there's people that probably, with experience and with the years, you're like, I should go for the quiet person, and I don't see, like, I'm like, there's something missing. Like, I really need the person to have a sort of like personality. Otherwise, like, I cannot go for the quiet, stable guy. Like, I just feel like there's something missing. Probably I'm not searching to feel like fireworks, or, to feel the intensity. But I want to feel something. I want to feel something, and sometimes, we do not choose well. We do not choose potential. We choose, a sensation and adrenaline. um but I guess that, it's just that those, for me, those experiences are meant to be, lived, to be experienced, even if they don't go anywhere. Mm, mm. People who shit on a sign will be the ones, yes, gushing about their own placements and be completely biased. Too many people delivering biased false information online. Yes. Like, I don't know how many people I read about the placement making so many changes and attacking copycats. Like, I don't know, people were so obsessed with this before reading Astro stuff online. Yes. I think at times, I think we sometimes want more the idea of the person gives, and the fantasy romance that we think he can be more than a person, that are similar, or give you the easy pass. I think it's your Venus Mars conjunction. It's a passionate placement, and that's just the energy you carry. You don't have to run away from it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I want to fight in relationships. I want to argue. Like, I want someone that can confront me. Someone that has that spontaneity of being like, I think that you're wrong, or I think that you're amazing. The both things. I don't want to have to, you know, um, have to feel like I'm too much, and this also, is very, I don't know if it's my moon in Scorpio, talking about this, but I remember I saw a part of an interview of this actress, this Disney actress and singer, Dove Cameron. She is my birthday twin, Dove Cameron. Her birthday is also January the 15th, I believe. Um, and and yeah, she's a Capricorn with a moon in Scorpio. I believe I'm 10 years older than her, but we have certain similar placements. And she mentioned, in a interview, she mentioned something about, having, like, embracing your, I don't know how she called it. I think that she said, like, muchness, embracing your muchness, like embracing that you are too much, sort of embracing that yeah, you're intense, or that you really feel strongly, or that you are a lot. um, and that she said that she had a former partner of hers, an ex-boyfriend of hers, that he would always try to, make these very nasty comments of, like, oh, I think that you talk too much. People like you better, or like you more when you're quiet. I think that you talk too much. And she was talking about how this, of course, this limited her potential and made her feel like, oh my God, I was being too much. And then with the years and with experience, she had learned to embrace this being too much, or maybe, just show excitement for something. If you want to talk to people, go and do it. But how many times we people in general, we have this, especially when it's your partner. I think that also um is very telling of. This is why when we Capricorn, when we break up and we act like the person died for us, people are like, oh, you're so cold, you're so detached, like, oh my God, you were together with that person for so many years, and now you act like you don't know them, like you don't even remember them, you don't think about them, you don't want them back. No. If you had, if you have an experiences of having an ex or a partner that is always criticizing you or saying those kinds of things to you, so you have to, oh, you should be better, you shouldn't. And especially, I noticed this when it's an important day for you. And I think that definitely that must be jealousy. That must be jealousy. I once had a partner, a partner, a boyfriend like this. This is why when she mentioned it, I remember I had that situation happening to me. The person being like, oh, you wore too much today. Maybe you shouldn't be like so nice or so friendly. And I was just being myself and having fun. That for me is a lot, to open up and just enjoy and be myself and talk. But he didn't like it. He was like, "Oh, you shouldn't." And I remember that after he said that, I think that there was something, a part of me that broke somehow. Like it was like something disconnected in me, like because I didn't feel it like this. I was very happy to engage with others, but maybe because he was a jealous person, he was possessive. He didn't want to see me. Maybe being part of the conversation and just talking to others that were not himself. So um, this is why sometimes when we cut people, is because I don't, and I think that this is why it's so valid. I know she's a famous person, she probably dated other famous people as well, and people can speculate who it was, who her ex is. But I think that in my experiences, and probably for a lot of women, especially the ones that we don't go around telling others like, oh, what one time he said this to me, or one time he belittled my accomplishments, or he said this to me that offended me. We don't go around like spilling the tea. We just break up. We just separate. We don't go around like creating like, oh, I'm going to create this person a narrative so no one can date him. I'm like, no, you go and move on to the next person and be happy. You have my blessing. But I don't go and talk to their exes. I mean, like, oh no, because with me he was awful. He was awful with me. No, no, it's like your experience. You go and experience it yourself. But I think that we women, we sometimes have these moments that are aggression, that are a kind of violence. It's a verbal abuse. It doesn't feel like this. Because calling it verbal abuse, it will have to be, much more literal. But I think that how it makes you feel, how it breaks your confidence, and how it's sort of like takes you back to a place where you don't trust yourself anymore, because you're like, but I thought that I was doing great. And you, my partner, the one that says that they love me, that you know me intimately, you are giving me this feedback, and you doubt yourself. So this is why I think that relationships are that there's a lot of dynamics that we don't say it. We don't, and we even forget about them, or we diminish it. We're like, oh well, he said this. Because I think that sometimes these aggressions, I think that we're like, oh well, he said this because he cared about you and your image, and no, it was just plain mean. It was plain mean. So sometimes, aggression comes in these forms, especially when it happens in moments where you are celebrating something important in your career, in your profession. I don't know, you won something in competition. I don't know, something, your birthday, maybe even your birthday. And somehow like, oh, that you wore, actually it looked awful on you. Like those comments, that is like, why, and then people are like, oh, why did you leave this person? Because I had these situations. I had when you listen to, especially when it's the person that you love, you listen to them, so their feedback matters. But when that person is like an undercover hater, I think that it's so um, I appreciate so much what she did, how she showed it, how she expressed it, because I think that a lot of women, we went through this, and probably there's women that are going through this. So hearing someone that says it, and you're like, oh my God, I went through something similar myself, and I think that's why sometimes, it's nice to hear certain celebrities talking, you know, they don't have why to lecture us or anything. It's not their duty, but sometimes they do say very smart things, and I resonated so much with what she said. Mm. Yeah, no, Aries, no. They're annoying. They're nice, but they're annoying. No, I have a lot of Aries people around. Yeah. Yes, I think so amazing you're able to relate to that, even for your age and many differences. I do think I have celebrity that is so related, and see her, we can learn from it and see how she overcome. Yes. Yes, top camera also has, Venus square Pluto, so passion and relationships are intense with this aspect. Same chart as Jenny. Yeah, plus her Scorpio moon is a lot. Yeah, I think talk bad about the ex is quite disrespectful to the person that used to love. Yes, and to your old self. Even if as a person is bad, seems like you just want to shame ex to make you pretend to be better. Yes, like, oh, like now that I'm no longer with this person, I can pinpoint what they did wrong. Yes, yeah, that's hard for anyone, but probably even more for cops, how they take their time to open up. Yes, be themselves and not follow their own rules, and people tell them they would rather not doing that. Yes, depending on the way it's delivered, it can be a subtle way to crush your self-esteem. The people who talk this way call themselves clumsy. Yeah. Or sometimes they pray people that act like they're saying they are too real for that or unfiltered. You're just mean. Yes. Yes. Yeah. But when she said that, I it took me back to that moment, and I'm like, I went through this myself, and it sort of moved something inside of me, like, because I knew the person wasn't right. I knew I had a great time. I knew I wasn't doing anything out of place. I wasn't being like, loud or loud. No, I was just being myself, and that's, when, well, maybe for me it's challenging because, I do have, you know, Capricorn rising and sun and everything in the first house. So maybe, there's something about, my lesson in this life is all about the self. It's all about, being true to myself. And in relationships, I tend to get lost, especially when I was very young. I tend to get lost, in the fantasy, or I would I think that it's not just me. I often attract partners that are very demanding, like emotionally, and I would just be there. I would be present. I would be stable. That's why, I think that there was a conflict in the relationship every time I would be myself with others, outside of my partnership, outside um of my relationship. The person felt a bit like, oh no, you're changing, you are not the same. And and no, I'm just, I have a role to play in the external world. I have responsibilities. I have to show up. I have to work. I have to, deliver. I have to be professional. And then, behind closed doors, yes, I can be your partner. But I guess they didn't want the world to see me. They wanted me to be, for themselves. Um, and I felt very inadequate during those times. Like I felt like, no, like, I have to be me. you know um and I don't know, I've always been popular. I never had problems, attracting people, in my life, especially people that want to be my friends, or they want to be near me, or they want to talk to me. And I guess for this person it was like, oh no, they are taking you away from me, and I don't know. I think that there's a manipulation in there, and you have to be careful, because it was all done in the name of love. I mean, I cannot say like it was awful all the time. No, because that's why for me it took me a while to understand like emotional manipulation, because they wouldn't like be, you know, disrespectful towards me, like not at all, not at all. They would be very loving, very expressive. But when the relationship started to feel like, like we probably we've been together for a while, and they seem to notice that I'm slowly like, maybe focusing more on career or other things. They feel threatened by that, and then that's when they start like picking on certain things about me that they used to love, and now that they think that I'm being too much, um, or that I'm not considering enough. Where actually I think that I'm a very faithful person, and also like that. Also, me wanting to, I don't know, wanting to have more free time, or just wanting to be alone, or just, and then accusing me of cheating. I think that those were the things that I don't know if I always get these imaginative kind of partners, but they always think that if I'm pulling away from them, or if I'm distancing myself from them emotionally, it's because there's someone else. And I'm like, no, there's not someone else. I don't need another person. It's me. It's me. But I think that being just being is so lame to blame the person of like, oh, you're dating someone. They think that I have like an affair at work, or I'm seeing someone at work, and that person is at work, and I'm like, no, no, no. I just spilled it. I spilled the tea, literally. Um, No, I'm very organized with my matters, with my relationships. Like I don't jump from relationship to relationship. No, I have my own organization. I cannot. I'm not that messy. Mm. I think it's really interesting, this conversation that while the reading of today is about unusual ships. Maybe some idols that you read today are feeling the same to yourself and partners. Yeah, people are really exactly the same in private, public, or in relationships and at work anyway. Yeah, people who used to blame others is just because they are often afraid to be wrong, and it's more easy to blame to others than take responsibility. Yeah, that's what hurt me the most. That's what hurt me the most, because for me is I kind of do like an inventory before I end a situationship or a relationship. I go through the different points. I'm very serious about this. um uh, because I know I'm going to be done with the person later, so I want to leave everything very well documented. Like I'm leaving or I'm ending this because this this has been going on, this I'm not satisfied, this I think that I cannot give you more, and I think that you cannot give me what I want. So all these are all my reasons, these are all the information, this is all the data. This is my my inventory of our relationship. Take it, study it, and then let's move on, let's advance. But don't bring someone else, because it's not like at least for me, I cannot just replace someone. I cannot replace, being like, oh, I was with this person. But I mean, if it I know there's people that they do go through this. They do, maybe they're going through a breakup, and all of a sudden they meet someone new and they fall in love, and then yeah, they start dating. And at least for me, it didn't happen like this. um but maybe it's because I also didn't allow it, because I had people interested in me. But I would be like, no, I'm going through a breakup, I'm sort of reorganizing my life. Like, please stay back. Stay back. Hmm. Yes. Same. I can't with the trend of this generation of panic. If you don't know every move of your partner, normalizing, not, yeah, solving your personal trauma before being with someone. I need my space. Yes, you're right about to put yourself first. Possessive guys can sometimes go as far as threaten your life, or that people around you can be messy real fast. I had them. I even had in I don't know, you guys. I don't know. I don't want to say like you guys know me, but if you picture this scene, you if just for the little that you know about me, you you really need to feel like how I felt back then, because I had certain, when, because I'm very private, and I'm like, I'm not talking about this in the public, like, on the sidewalk, like on the streets, like I need to, let's talk, because I don't want, and they would get emotional in public. I swear, I had once or twice, and in another one that I kinda had to, you know, convince him, let's talk somewhere else, let's go somewhere else, not here, because one thing that just triggers my I feel so embarrassed, so ashamed. Like, I don't want to talk about private matters while other people are passing by and watching us. Like, oh my God, but I had situations like this of them start shouting or just getting emotional. And I would be, like, can you not do this here? Can you not do this here? Like, oh my God, for me, it's like, oh, I felt so, oh, these are like no nos. These are the things that I'm like, no, 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 like, don't do this. No, not in front of my family, not in front of my friends, not in front of strangers. Like, I don't want to, display is no. We are no better than any previous generation. We will promote toxic behavior and need to breathe from my own partner. Why would I even be with someone? Why would I even have someone else? Yes, the someone else they talking is myself. So you don't appreciate the respect. Yes. Oh my God. Yeah. At least if the guy gets aggressive, you can have people around you to help. But I understand. Very embarrassing. Yeah. I think that, I never had any kind of, altercation or no physical, um, not any kind of those things. But I do remember at the end of a particular relationship that I had, this person would get very angry at me, he would get very emotional, and he did punch the wall. He did punch the wall. Um, and he broke his hand, which is very funny because he had to wear like a cast. He broke his hand, and what it was so unfortunate because he had to work with his hands, so he had to postpone certain work because he broke his hand. He was angry at me. He was angry that I wasn't entertaining his exaggeration, like his outburst of emotions. I just wasn't having it, and and he just punched the wall that was near me, that it wasn't close to me but it was near me. But I didn't feel afraid actually. Like, I didn't feel danger. I didn't feel the danger. But I felt sorry for him. I actually, like, because maybe this is something that having a lot of Scorpio placements myself, like, and probably this happens to a lot of water placements as well. For me, it's like, okay, if you have something to tell me, if you're angry at me, or if you just say it, or I mean, say it, like, of course, in a private setting, but say it or express it, and if it's aggression, I never experienced it, but from that moment in particular that he punched the wall, I was like, yeah, this man is no good. From that, but not from a place of I'm scared, much more from a place that I felt pity for him, because um, you're gonna cry your way out of life. That's very childish. Like, you're not going to be the victim here. Like, I'm not going to feel sorry for you. Like, I really don't want to. Like, I think that um for me it's like once I see what you done, or once I see that you promised something and you didn't deliver it, it's like, don't play the victim. Just say that it was your fault, say that you are weak, say that you don't have self-control, say it, acknowledge it, but don't look for you know my forgiveness. Like, no, I could have said it to you once, or maybe give you an ultimatum and be like, don't do this, I don't like this, and then you did it anyways, and you expect me to feel sorry for you. And because I don't react the way you want to, you have this, that you feel like you're out of control and you do these things. So yeah, you can cry a river, but you're showing your colors. So for me, it's like, it was like great. Actually, like, not I think that, when I know there's women that they go through a lot of this very aggressive environment, and things escalate very quickly. Thank God this person didn't escalate, because he was much stronger than me. So, of course, he will have, hurt me if he even pushed me or something like this. Um, but uh, I'm, I'm very relentless also in that sense. Like, I don't fear, people's true colors. Or I think that if it's part of you, I have to see it. And seeing that person so desperate and so out of control just reinforced this perception that I had, that I didn't want to be with that person anymore. That I felt sorry for them, but not sorry to a place of like, oh, I'm going to give you one more shot. Or, sorry of like, I'm disconnecting. I'm disconnecting. I remember you said something one day. I'm embarrassed to be associated with him. I don't remember if you were talking about a guy or what. And they was so yeah, I get embarrassed also, very easily. Um, Probably was my dad as well, because my dad also makes me feel embarrassed sometimes. The people how make empowered in front of others is trying to say he's in control of the relationship. It's just how uncontrolled he is mentally. This is scary, but actually better the world than you. Yeah, some guys get physical with objects and wouldn't hurt the person. Yes. So yeah, I was lucky in that sense, but I think that were those moments that I was like, wow, you're so like, I don't know. I think that he reached a point of desperation where he wanted to convince me of something that, I had been giving him the chance, to be better, but he wasn't. He was just, avoiding responsibility, and I was like, I cannot. There's no justification. There's no, like, nothing that you can do is going to, in my heart it started to close. I'm like, as a person who barely have fire elements, I really cannot with people like this. Gone I just gone away and just find and focus on the people who is aligned with me. Yes, exactly. I would have laughed, break up with him, because it's indeed embarrassing, and tell everyone. That's right. I can stand the denial, self-victimization, and gaslighting also begins out of your intelligence. Like, you're really thinking I'm going to believe that? Yeah, like, you can cry all you want, but and you can break all the things. But also, I find it very weak. Why would you break your belongings? So for me, it's like, the more I see someone like this, someone so broken, so out of control, I'm like, wow, you're worthless. Like these are the kind of people that I think that they don't they have to stop dating. They cannot be in a relationship. They have to focus on healing themselves, on, or working on themselves, or invest in yourself and getting better. But a relationship is not for you. A relationship is not for you. Okay, guys, I'm going to start. I think it's part of these people that you try hard to love someone like this, even in the end, he treat you like this. But you can learn from every. Yes, you can definitely learn from every relationship. I think that you know um there's also a lot of men that are very coward, honestly. Like I think that for me is I'm very disappointed, because I'm like, I used to look up to you, or I used to think that you were, a very, a person with integrity, a person that was strong mentally, I mean. But you are destroying your own life, your image, your life, everything. You're just, falling apart. Um, so mm, if you repeat it and keep attract the same people like this, that means that you don't learn your lesson yet. One thing that I'm also like a bit like uncomfortable about attracting, I remember I had a guy at work interested in me. He sort of, I don't want to name this person because this person had done awful things, but every time I think of him, I think about the energy of this man. Um, because I believe he had similar placements. I don't remember now. I don't remember if he was a Cancer or a Gemini, but he was like in behavior he was like pale, like former NCT member pale. Um, he was so shy, so quiet. He wouldn't hang out with the rest of the guys at the office. He would just be by himself. And always like looking perfect, flawless. All the girls were crazy for him because he represented this sort of like mystery, I guess, for them. Um, and they were all like, oh, because he would go to the gym, and he would have these very rigorous not posters, routines, very clean, very sharp, like it's giving me like, I think that maybe he must, I don't know if he had like a Venus in Virgo or he had like a Virgo rising, but he was like flawless. He had a moon in Leo. But there's one, just like Tail, like Tail, Gemini with Moon in Leo, very similar, like this. More handsome, of course, not like Tail. Tail for me has never been like, specifically, besides his character, he never, yeah, sort of American Psycho, kind of, yes. And very silent, and he would talk to you, because he had to come to my, to the where I was working. He would have me like fill certain papers. He would be like, he would have the very low voice, a gentleman, like, and I would be like, yeah, hello, like, very straightforward. And he would always, I remember back then we used Facebook, because Instagram wasn't there yet. um and really, he wouldn't talk to you nor anything. No one knew anything about his life. I don't think that he posted that much. But he would always like be giving likes to, people's, I befriended him in Facebook. He would always put a like, and he would always put likes to my things. And I don't know. I just felt he started me sending me messages through Messenger. He was like, "Hello," like very like awkward, very awkward. And I was like, yeah, responding, but I'm like, yeah, what do you want? Get to the point. No, I think that your profile picture that you just posted is very nice, but very like, zero risk, I would say. I don't know if risk is a thing still. Um, I don't know how the young audience calls it these days, Um, but he didn't have the charm. He didn't have the pickup lines nor anything, and he was a Gemini, so I'm like, very similar to Tail, like this, very introverted, like all that Leo placement in him boiling. He must have been boiling inside, because zero expression, zero like everything very structured, socially awkward, but perfect and beautiful. And he would start messaging me, and then we had like, we went out to have some drinks with people at work, and he would be there, and I would just happen to be at the group that he was with the other. But he wouldn't, this is very funny, this is very psychotic, actually, if you start to notice, his patterns, because he wouldn't hang out with other guys from the company. He would hang out with the girls. He would be like the one guy with the group of girls. He would be there, being of service to them, being there. And he would drink a lot. I remember there was someone that I never paid attention to him. He was in the company for a very long time, but he was like a ghost for me. I never paid attention to him. But I remember I had my coworker that I was very close with him, because he was a Taurus guy, so we would be like, very honest with each other. We would talk about like, oh, who do you like, who do I like, or are you dating, oh, I'm single, oh, I'm seeing this person, so we would get along like really like friends, at work. So I remember he used to work in his first years. He used to work with this guy, with the Gemini guy. So I was like, because I'm also very private, I don't like to give away if I'm interested in someone. So I was like, but since he was a bit like, he definitely made fun of me by telling him this. But I was like, okay, but maybe there's a part of him that he's going to take me seriously. He's going to, not say anything to others. So I told my coworker, I was like, this guy, he had been talking to me through Messenger, so do you know anything about him? Do you know something about him? And I remember my coworker that, that he was a Taurus. He just turned around and he looked at me and he was like, no, Vanessa, don't go there. That guy is a psycho. don't go there. He look, I don't know how, because I was like, you're being so like biased, but he's like, he's a weirdo, like he's really weird because he doesn't hang out with others. And he was telling me like, oh, at the Christmas party of the company, he always gets like very wasted, very drunk, that there was one moment that we left him on the street, something like this, because he probably, because he's very introverted, once he starts to drink, I guess he loses all inhibition, but at the same time he just goes into coma. I don't know. But he was like, no, that's not a good guy. No, stay away from him. And I was like, oh, okay, because I according to the image that he had, and he was very nice. I was like, really? Are you sure he's that bad? At first, I was suspicious. I was like, aren't you being jealous, I thought that my coworker was trying to, I was like, you're trying to sabotage this for me, that I never talk about someone in specific, and now that I bring out the name, you're like, no, that guy, no. um but he was like, because because of course my coworker that was a Taurus, of course, like the Taurus man that he is, he had different situationships with girls in the company, because he was so popular, so beautiful, he will get a lot of women's attention. And he said that he had something with one of his ex, with one of these guys' ex. And this girl told him that actually when she dated this guy, the Gemini guy, that he abused her psychologically, that he was very jealous, that he tormented her, that she had to go to that she had to sort of go MIA, even like move her house and disappear, because he would be like a stalker, and he would always torture her with a lot of messages. So he was a psycho actually. So I was like, oh my god. Oh, wow. But he was attractive. He was attractive, but yeah, I friend zoned him. I'm like, he wanted to go on a date with me, and I was like, oh, I'm busy. Yeah, no, I'm seeing someone else, and yeah, that stayed in there. Yes. That interesting. I do have to know a person who have the same placement and energy that the person I know, he have the same ending. Even if you don't know the idol, you feel their energy. Yeah, big red flag. Mm. I do think we need to trust our intuition. The timing was insane. Yes. Wow. I'm a Taurus sun, but men's Taurus, I just don't trust them, if that makes sense. They are all like, they're all players. The Taurus men, like I've always been really good friends with Taurus male. Once I let them know, like, no, you and I is not going to happen. So you better get used to the idea that we're going to keep this professional, that I can be your friend, that I can be goofy, that we can laugh, that we can joke, but don't cross the barrier with me, because I don't want this that you have. This sort of like horror energy that you have on you. I don't want it. I don't want it. I pass. Thank you, but I pass. Um and uh but they are so nice. They're very loyal, very nice. But they will try to seduce you until the end of times. I will always have like these situations, these instantaneous situations with my Taurus coworker, and I'm like, we are not going, like, he's like, no, we're going to end up getting married at some point, and I'm like, no, no, I said no. I said I don't want you. Like, go and pick someone else to have fun with. I'm not the person for you. Mm. Oh, wow. had the worst kind of experience at college with a guy born the same day as 94 Scorpio. My Scorpio friend has been dating a Gemini man for years. Well, he should be, to say the least. I feel so bad for. I never liked. Yes, he always gave me the creep. Yeah, every male idol have Taurus, and I just feel too straight up, man. The Taurus men will always try to get you to sleep with them. Always, like I know them. I'm like, no, no. Especially not at work. At work, it's so lame for me. I'm like, no. At work, no. We are working. We are working here. Like, no, I don't find it cute. I don't find it sexy. No. I do things with my potential partners. I do it at in my intimate place, not while other people are watching. No. Also, the gossip. Oh, the way people love to gossip about who slept with who is dating who was rejected by who. Oh no, no. Okay, guys. Heiseng food. I'm going to start. It was nice to rant a bit. I'm going to start. But yeah, then I remember what happened with that member, and I was like, oh, this sounds like the guy that I met at work. I've never been with a Taurus guy. I don't know. I always had like they are too possessive for me. They are too possessive. They are great lovers, I must say. Taurus men are great lovers. Great lovers. Very gentle, very sensual, very sensual. Everything that they do exudes Venusian, like their skin is beautiful, the body, everything. That even if they wear like the simplest clothing, it looks perfect on them. I just love their bags. They have amazing bags. I am a sucker for bags. So yeah, they're very beautiful people. But a character is there's not much in there. There's not much profundity. There's not much profundity in there. Like no. Yeah, it's slow. Yeah, it's slow. They are a bit clumsy also. Like. Yeah, they are great. Yeah, they're great lovers. Yes. Yeah. Yes, they are great. This is why they are so popular with women. I remember I had when I was mentioning this Taurus co-worker, he was very popular among the ladies. Like the ladies would share their experiences with each other. I mean, he was a moon in Aries, so it made sense. Like he was like a little child. He wouldn't. I don't know if he's in a committed relationship right now, but he's very childish. So very egocentric also, so very much into himself, his appearance, and everything that he enjoyed, and that's it. But he was just a great lover, beautiful, eye catching. Like you would see him, like he would wear the best, always being, very well put together and everything. Beautiful man. But personality wise, he was a fool. He was a fool. Very dull, very boring, but a nice guy, a nice guy. It's just that he maybe relate too much on, he put too much his value or attention on getting women. And he would get in trouble sometimes because he would sometimes sleep with married women or women that were in relationships. So there were a few times that someone's boyfriend stopped by to have a word with him, to have a fight or arguments. I had been there. I had been present in those moments, and I would hide him. I would be like, go hide in the closet. I will tell them that you're not here because they will come. The people will come to look for him. Some people's boyfriends or um, husbands as well. So I would be like, I was present when someone punched him in the face. That it was very funny because he didn't even move. He didn't even flinch when the person like throw a punch to his face. Um, the guy also was shorter than him, so it was hilarious to watch. But I had to call security and everything. Oh, I swear, like he wouldn't leave a soul alone. He would have to go through all the women. Yes, and the women loved him. So yeah, something he must have done right. Yes. Well, you reap what you sow. Yes, I told him. I told him that. I told him that. I was like, you're. I don't want to say like you're a sex addict, but you put yourself in these situations. And but this is why I think that sometimes and this I did see it with him, and I also saw it with another coworker, a Virgo guy. Um, that they were very good friends actually because they will have the same experiences because in the place that I worked at in the company, since it was all like about women and men's clothes, but clothing, uh but specifically there were a lot of women in the company, so there were few men, not more women than men in the company. Um and and I had this other coworker, this Virgo guy that I believe he had moon in Libra, also very Venusian, everything perfect about him, the perfect. He would wear the best clothes, the best perfume. He beautiful man also because he was, like tan skin, um, but with his eyes were, the color green, beautiful man, beautiful. And the girls would be like, yeah, get in line to be with him. And he was in a relationship. And he got married, I believe, with that girl. He had a child, I believe. But, nevertheless, while at work, he would see other women. And I often talk to him about this, sometimes because at some point he did develop feelings for one girl in particular at work, but he didn't want to leave the relationship that he had. So it's like very odd. You say that you're in love with this girl, but you are in a relationship still and you don't think about leaving the relationship. So what do you want? And one thing that I would notice, about him being like, he would be very honest with me. He would be like, I don't want to be unfaithful, but the women like they chase me, they want me, and I don't know how to say no. So I think that that's also very, um sometimes we often talk about, women that are very beautiful, and they always get, the male's attention, and they have a lot of suitors, and we are like, oh, she gets this because she's beautiful, she gets this treatment because I'm sure she's sleeping with this person. Oh, look, she changed her boyfriend, and now she's dating this CEO or this boss of hers, you know and I think that we talked about this, sometimes happening to these very voluptuous women, women that are very beautiful, that are very Venusian, that yes, they do have multiple partners sometimes. But I think that is, remembering my coworkers, that I was very close to them, and I would hear their experiences, and they would be like, it's not that we go after these women that are married or women that are in relationships. They really throw themselves at us, and we feel as men that we have to deliver. So I'm thinking about this, about men that have this quality of being Venusian, and being too beautiful, or being too like attractive, that they have all these women, that they are like women magnets. This is not about you looking at him and being like, oh, he's cute. No, the women were very like chasing them. I remember the first time that this guy, the Virgo guy, the first time I introduced him to our team, it was his first day, and the girls were already like so curious about him. They were like, oh, who is this? Who is this new guy? And I'm like, yeah, this is the new guy that is going to be working with me. And I would show him around, the place. And we were like on a lunch break. And I was like, since you didn't bring any food and you don't know much about this, like, why don't you sit with me? We share food, or, I remember I had my mate and everything. And we were talking, he was, talking to me about, where he was working before, his life, and we were just chatting and laughing. And the women in the in the break, I don't know how to call this. It would be like the kitchen, you know the the place where we would be gathered together to eat, to have lunch. They would all be in the tables. They would be like just looking at him, and I was like, because I didn't see it, they were like, oh, he's beautiful, oh my god, they were like so obsessed with him, and I would have him next to me, and I wouldn't really see, that, like, oh my god, like I'm interested too, like, no. And then they would chase me with, what do you know about him? How old is he? Where does he live? Does he have a girlfriend? It doesn't matter, like. And I was like, can you guys leave the man alone? Like, he just started working here. Like the objectification of that man. I swear they were all very much available. Like, they were like, I want that. Give me his number. Oh no, they were so obsessed with him. Mm-hmm. No, for me, I remember I used to talk with my Taurus, my Taurus coworker, that, with him, I knew him longer. So we would have, every chance that I could get him to open up, we would have these, deep conversations. And he would be like, maybe because he had, moon in Aries, there was something very brave and very straightforward about him, not sugarcoating things. And he would be like, I cannot say no, because, I'm a man, the very, Latin American view, that, okay, if they are throwing themselves at you, you have to do it. You cannot say like, no, sorry, I pass, I have a girlfriend, or, no, I thank you. No, he's like, no, because if you say no, it's as if you are saying that you're gay. And you cannot say no, especially if they're beautiful. Mm, mm, mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 Yes. Mm. Yeah. Yeah, I feel the pressure. Yes. Yeah, for me, I also like I also did express it to them. Like it's actually easier. You just say no. You just say no. Um, and this I did explain it to him. I remember talking to this coworker, the Taurus guy. There was this guy was CEO of HR. I remember, and he was interested in me. But he was also like a player. He was also like, he would also have all the girls, um he was single, but yeah, he would be with everyone in there, and he was very popular as well. And I remember that that my coworker, he was like, jokingly, he was like, oh, why don't you give him a chance, he's interested in you, he's a good catch, because he has a good profession, and he's, I don't know if he has money, I don't know. And I was like, are you kidding me? Like, no. First of all, I didn't like him, but I think that he was like, why not just, do it, like be with him at least once. And I was like, what? Like, no, like for me, in my experience, I was like, no, because that can destroy my whole career, my whole image, my everything. Like, to be involved with a person like this, especially, with someone that is so exposed, or someone that has a bit of a reputation. Um, if things were handled with care, and were just, something that we would deal with each other, and just talk to each other, and arrange something, I think that it would be much more like, easy. But I think that once you get involved, someone else, like a messenger, someone, oh, I want to tell you about this person, that he's interested in you, but will you give him a chance? Like, how old is he? Like 15? He doesn't have a mouth for himself. He cannot talk. Um, no, but I also make him like understand this, that for a woman to have this, there's something about reputation that it gets damaged. People will judge you if you have like, it doesn't matter if I don't do it often, but they are sort of waiting, they're waiting for you to fall in the trap and be part of the gossip, and they get very frustrated when it's like, oh, but we know that everyone is sleeping with everyone, so why don't you? And I'm like, no, I handle my personal matters, outside, because I don't want to have to see the face of a potential lover or situationship or whatever, but I have to see you every day at work. Like, no, it's so like, no. For me, work is work. It's where I go and work. I don't I don't have like my emotional affairs in there. I think that is so uncomfortable. I don't know. I think that it's like I see you every day in there, and then I go home and I see you again. Like, oh no, no. And and I told him, like, I told him, like, very seriously, and I was like, okay, if you really respect me as a friend, please don't come with this kind of offers, or with this kind of um like um suggestions, because I'm not a toy. I'm a person. I have feelings, and I build my relationships differently. I first of all, I take charge in my connections. I think that someone that sends another person to ask, it's so childish. Like, first of all, like, I'm like, there's no um No, 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 no. But yeah, it can damage a woman. It can damage a woman, and I told him that, like, you have to think about this. Like, I'm like, if you really care about me, and I told him that, and he was like, oh yeah, you're right. After I told him, like, very seriously, like, if you have a little bit of esteem for me, if you really like me a bit, you wouldn't want me to be in that situation. You actually would warn me, just like you warned me about the time with that weird person. But if you ever want to set me up with someone, just make sure that person has something to offer, and don't a lot of ages, a lot of ages, in their 20s, in their 30s, 40s and up. Oh, the women plus 40. Never get involved with someone at work. Never. Yeah. Yeah, I had through all the years that I had been there, I learned to dodge, the bull, the ball. I learned to, but maybe because I had relationships outside, so I didn't need at the workplace to get that. There's people that sometimes they leave at work and they don't have much social life, so the place is the workplace is their everything. So they have relationships in there, they eat in there, and they do everything in there. And then they come back the next day and they repeat. For me, no. For me also, I have to miss the person. I have to long to see the person. Like, if I work next to the person like every day and I have to see you, like, no, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. It's going to be so, like, damaging to our routine. Like, I have to be far away. We have to be, far away from each other, so I can miss you. So, mm. Yeah, some girls, yeah, do get obsessed. Yes, I did see it, and I was like, my God, I'm missing something. Um, but yeah, there's something that they have that I'm not seeing. Okay, guys, I'm going to start with the first two, the first couple. I'm going to start with Sserafim Sakura and Enhypen Heesung. Sserafim Sakura and Enhypen Heesung. This could work, actually. I mean, I think that it's not about compatibility, but there's something about them in this place, in this time, in probably their career. There's a lot of, like, when someone is feeling good about themselves, especially her, like, I see her like much more outgoing, or much more, like, showing herself, and probably being a bit much more, like, maybe she's feeling better about her image, or she's taking better care. I see her much more outgoing, um, We have from Sakura's side, we have the Six of Wands and the Queen of Wands. So she's feeling like very victorious, very victorious. Maybe she's feeling very confident about, feeling sexy or feeling attractive and being like, I'm looking good. I'm looking good. I think that I'm a catch. And probably also getting very bold when it comes to maybe being friends with the opposite sex. There's something about her learning to, she's not awkward around men. She's probably learning to, just befriend them or just, being, and I think that she feels very respected, or at least she feels very appreciated. I wonder if she's like getting the attention of someone special or someone important. So this is why she's feeling very much like, like this Queen of Wands. It's like, I have it. I have it. I don't know if it's him. I don't think that is, now that we're talking about Heesung, it's not directly towards Heesung, but I think that there's something about her being like, I could attract this person if I wanted to, or I could, get them to like me if I wanted to. So there's like a new era of Sakura. Her feeling, that maybe she's doing well when it comes to feeling beautiful, feeling, I think that it's more about having the bravery to maybe become friends with some of them or to talk to them. So yeah, I think that she's like, I feel confident. I feel confident. I feel good. I feel, I no longer feel awkward or shy or that, oh, what if this person doesn't like me back? No, she's getting like the attention of someone. So she's feeling like, oh wow, I'm really attractive or I'm really cute because someone acknowledges me and they say that I'm pretty or they show interest in me. So I'm feeling like, like I'm on fire, like, I'm feeling confident. I like it. I like it. I like it. Yeah, from his side, his side, we have the Wheel of Fortune and we have the Magician. Honestly, I think that he, this is a man that he's always changing. I think that he could potentially at some point maybe find her cute or think that she's cute or something like this. But with the Wheel of Fortune and the Magician, there's a lot of control. There's a lot of like, willpower from his part and being like, yeah, I moved on from this perception that I had of you. Or maybe they don't interact that much. So for him, it's like, yeah, it was nice, or yeah, it was interesting, but honestly, I'm more focused on myself. He also has, I think that he has high standards. This also as the Magician. I think that he's someone that he doesn't get impressed that much by girls in general. I think that he is very picky. He's very, and he's really good at hiding emotions, or probably he doesn't tell. He's not the person that is going to give you a compliment or that they're going to show you right away that they're interested in you. He's very intelligent in this way. At the same time, with the Magician, he can also fake it. He can fake that he likes someone. He's a great actor. He's a great actor. This is why, if he's been shipped with other people, I wouldn't be shocked, because I think that with the Magician, there's something about him. I don't think he's a player. I don't see him being, like that desperate for, women's attention. But I think that he's really good at, sort of stealing the spotlight. He knows he's popular. He knows he's wanted. He knows he's very intelligent. He's very intelligent, very self-aware, and he has a lot of tricks. He has a lot of tricks. So I think that he's very, he's advancing in his life. Honestly, I don't see him attached to anyone but himself. He's also focusing on himself. He's focusing on his image. On him also. He's a very dominant person. So, and I think that if he likes someone, this can, he can move on from, he has a crush on someone, he can move on very quickly, as if he never met you, as if he never known you, somehow pretending like you don't exist. He moves on very fast. But it's also part of a strategy, it's part of his attractiveness as well, that he is someone that he's in control. I feel his energy, like he's someone that he's not going to give away. He's not going to give the other person the power or the ability to see if he's interested. I don't see him like putting boundaries, but I think that the magician is someone that they know how to play, they know how to adapt, they know what to say, how to move, what to do. And first of all, I think that with the magician, it has to do um, with maybe cameras and maybe people zooming in on certain videos of his and his interactions with the opposite sex. So somehow with the Wheel of Fortune, it's like I have to move fast. I cannot have they cannot cut me like on camera watching for a prolonged period of time. I cannot be looking at a way where there's like a female idol, because people are going to ship very hard. He prefers to be in control of the image that he portrays, and he prefers for the fans to be focused on him and not so much on seeing him being friendly with others. He's like, that's not good for my career. He's very strategic as well. But we have the Page of Swords that says curiosity. Curiosity. So definitely at some point, maybe they are friends or they know each other. There's a bit of curiosity. Maybe they had talked or they know of each other's circumstances. Like probably they have been mentioned in conversation. So they know each other. It's not for like, oh, we are friends. It's more like, oh, I heard people talking about you or they said this to me. So there's a bit of curiosity about the other person, but I think that it has to do that maybe they are being mentioned a lot. So somehow there's curiosity like, oh, what is that person doing? But I think that it's more like they are part of the same circle than anything. Mm. I feel a lot of coldness from him, specifically from him. It's like he's not someone that is going to give it away that easily if he likes someone. He doesn't. He's always going to be on top to deny anything. He's not that obvious. Okay, I'm going to read for Jung Haein, the actor, and Jung So-min. Okay. I mean, from his part, we have the Page of Cups and we have the Star. So he really likes her. I mean, there's a very friendly vibe. From her, we have the Four of Wands and the Three of Wands. So a lot of moments shared, like a lot of maybe reunions, parties, celebrations. And we have the King of King of Pentacles, that is as wealth. So Yeah, I mean, I'm curious if they're going to be working together in something again. I know they work together. Because with the King of Pentacles, it's like everything goes back to the material part of this, or the wealth, the status, what we can get out of this. Um, the Page of Cups and the Star is like, yeah, he could be very romantic towards her or very gentle, very sweet with her. When the cameras are not on, actually, very sweet, very. It's just that the Page of Cups is very, like I always said, guys, when I think about the page, is someone that, yeah, he can be flirtatious, he can be sweet, he can be loving, romantic, but is someone that probably does this and then they disappear. So it feels like he could be flirtatious or he could be cute with her, but is something that I don't know. I don't know why he does it. With the star card is giving me like, oh, because I was born to do this. I was born to be romantic, or I was born to be seen as the romantic part. So I wonder if it's more like because of a stardom or because of fame than actually, truly appreciation. Because I see like there's a contract, or there's money involved in here. So I'm like, there's a foundation. Definitely, they are in each other's lives. They are in each other's lives. I think that they can continue being in each other's lives. So I don't know, maybe people are still, like, um, seeing them, or thinking about them, that there could be something going on, because actually he's acting very sweet. He's acting very like openly sweet, romantic, or having a certain, sweet gesture towards her. Um, and for her, she's happy actually. She has the Four of Wands, she has the Three of Wands. So this is why I'm like, is she is she going to be working with him again? Because I see them going places together. It feels very like there's like it feels like there's like proof of this. Sometimes people want to see certain actor and actresses together, but you never see anything actually, and what you see is very edited, very poorly edited, and it's more about slow motion and romantic music than anything. I think that these two really spend time together. She's so happy, and she's so like looking forward to do more with him, personally, and maybe when it comes to work. But he loves her. He really loves her. He's very sweet towards her. Maybe because maybe they know each other for a very long time, so there's like this cute. But I see him being flirtatious, like being cute. It's just that the page is like it's giving me like, you do this with everyone, like it's not like all these feelings. It's like it's cute, but it's something that you initiate, like you're teasing the person, but it never goes anywhere. So, but yeah, with the King of Pentacles wealth, there's a stability between the two of them. There's a lot of things, events, moments, lifestyle somehow being shared between the two of them. So I wonder if they are like seeing each other in private, or if they are spending time together. But yeah, that's what I see. Also, probably they have, with the King of Pentacles, they have history of being very successful in their careers. They have this in common. They have this wealth, this probably like well-established profession. So this is why maybe they run in the same circles. But I see her very happy, very happy. When it comes to him, very happy. Okay, guys, I'm going to continue with NCT Jaehyun and aespa Winter. NCT Jaehyun and aespa Winter. Jaehyun, aespa Winter. Okay. From Jaehyun's part, we have the Six of Pentacles and we have the Four of Cups. And about Winter, we have the Ace of Wands and we have the Four of Wands. There's something about the girls in this part feeling very passionate. I don't know if you're starting to see a pattern, guys, because we started with Sakura and the Queen of Wands, and then we had this actress Jung So-min also with the Four of Wands, the Three of Wands. So, what the girls are very like decisive. Like I feel the passion. I feel like maybe visually they find them attractive and it gets them like energized. We have the Ace of Swords, new ideas. So maybe new ideas it means that eventually at some point this ship is going to be revived, is going to be reborn again, because people are, I don't know if people are digging for information. Yes, poor Winter, another one. Yes, she has like poor girl. But in this case, I think that she really likes Jaehyun. I see it in here. She's very happy when she's with him. So I think that this definitely shows that they have a good dynamic. It's not awkward. But yeah, from the place of Jaehyun, we know that he's in the military. This is a dynamic reading. This is not to read, his future nor anything. But yeah, his energy, for Winter is the Six of Pentacles and the Four of Cups is basically like him giving the bare minimum. There's something about him being told like, okay, you have to do this with her, or you have to see. I think that there's something about him that it feels like, oh, they told me I have to do this. The company told me that I have to do this with you, or I have to, be seen with you doing this. So yeah, let's do this. But I think that for him, he gives, maybe his interactions with Winter, he gives, a very professional kind of, a very respectful also kind of energy of like, okay, whatever you need of me, if you need me to help you, or if you need, an advice, I'm here for you. But it feels like very like even dubs and nothing. And I feel him very like disconnected when it comes to her. I think that he probably is not like emotionally connected nor excited. It's more that he's been pressured to maybe have certain interactions or do certain things, and he's like, okay, here I go again. Also, I think that I remember when I read for him, and I don't know if it was one of his relationship with one of NCT members. He doesn't like to be sheep. I think that it is sort of it makes him very like it gets him in this weird energy, very low in energy. Like it runs out all his goodwill and good manners that he tries his best to stay professional, but he's not giving it because he wants to build a connection with her. He does it because he has to. He does it because he has to, or he was told, or he's just being fair with her. He somehow probably responds to what she does. If she does something, he responds, to not be, unpleasant or disrespectful. But I think that also maybe Jaehyun is the kind of, that maybe in the SM building, he's also a popular guy, and people send him letters, and he does have like other people's numbers, but somehow he's not, he's just very like, he's not interested. He's not interested. Well, now, of course, he's in the military, but I think that he's just, when it comes to winter, he's just being professional. He's giving me like, what I'm hearing is like, I just do what I'm told. They tell me that I have to stand next to her and I do it. You know, it is like this. But yeah, with the Ace of Wands and the Four of Wands, I think that the one that is very excited is Winter. Actually, I see this and I'm like, she really likes Jaehyun. I think that she finds him um, amusing, fun, energetic, cute. She probably likes him physically as well. She's like, oh, he's nice. But also the Four of Wands is like, she probably loves. There's something about her watching Jaehyun from afar, or maybe watching him interact with others, and at a celebration in particular, at the very social events, and just watching him have fun or just being goofy with others. And for her, it's like, he's cute. He's cute. I like it that he's that it gets it makes her curious about him, because he has this awkwardness, but at the same time he's funny, or he's social in his own way, and she gets it. Somehow Jaehyun's humor or Jaehyun's body language, she resonates with him and she finds it hilarious. She actually likes him very much. With the Ace of Wands, she's like, oh, he's so cool. He's so cool. He's so cool. But also the Four of Wands is like, these very social interactions. It's not private. It's not, coming from the heart. It's not like, oh, I have a crush on you. No, it's just that, when I look at you and when I interact with you, I laugh a lot and I have fun and I like your sense of humor and I like the way you are. Her spirit lightens up with Jaehyun. But I think that also it has to do that Jaehyun, he's very respectful. I think that he gives, if he has to do something with her, there's something about him giving her the space or maybe make her laugh, or he feels like he doesn't give that much, but whatever he gives her is like, is very considerate. So I think that from her perspective, maybe, there's not much like men energy, being this nice. So for her, maybe she's like, oh, I remember that Jaehyun is very nice with me, or he is like, he treats me with respect, or he helped me once. He did this with me when I was nervous. He helped me. So I will always have this very happy smile when I see him because he's so cool. But it seems more like, older brother and and small sister, something like this. But yeah, the Ace of Swords, new ideas. I think that if this is not the internet shipping them again, once Jaehyun is back, it is probably, that maybe SM has new ideas. You're going to see Winter and Jaehyun on the same frame again, because I think that there's something coming that involves the two of them. Yeah, I've never seen her like that neither. It's the first time. It's the first time. Yes, I'm happy. I'm happy because she's so drained. She's so drained and she feels so guilty and she feels so down that, these two, I like them. I like them. I like them. But poor Jaehyun says no more. Stop with the shipping, please. Stop with the shipping. Okay, I'm going to continue with the actress Haein and Wooseok. I believe these are the actress and actor of Lovely Runner. Was it Lovely Runner? Yeah, I believe it was Lovely Runner. Yeah, Haein and Wooseok. Actually, this is not an unusual ship because everyone ships them. It's just that I don't see. Yes, exactly, exactly, Agira. Like I think that I kind of understand because he must be beautiful in person. Really, really. Okay. Okay, from this actress from Hyejun, we have the Justice and the Six of Wands. And from his part, he's the Knight of Wands. From the part of Wooseok, he's the Knight of Wands and he's the Temperance. They're somehow reconciling. There's something about their energies somehow coming to, um, like, things from the past no longer matter. We have the Six of Cups that is literally talking about the past. It says memories. Maybe they are trying to, connect more with the memories of when they work together, and they are like, yeah, at the end, with everything that we went through, we actually had like a great result, or we had fun, or this was nice. I think that from the part of her, the Justice and the Six of Wands, again we have wands from the female part. So I think that she has a lot of pride, and this is not the first time that I say this, and every time I read for these two, that I stop reading for them because there's not advances. There's a good vibe, there's a good relationship, there's probably a friendship, probably he's interested in her, maybe he likes her and everything, but she's not going to let it happen. This is the thing that maybe people that ship or support these two, they don't get it. Like, at least when I read for them, everything is cool, but I think that from the place of her, I feel her more mature. I feel her more settled in her, life, and she wants, she likes the guy. She thanks him for everything. They have great memories together. There's a lot of balance. There's a lot of, moments of celebration together. But she's someone that she's looking for something more. And probably this has to do with her career or her being very invested. I feel her energy more mature and serious than him. With the Justice, I think that I don't know if she had to fight for something in her life, with the Justice and the Six of Wands. I think that she won something recently. I don't know if it was like a legal battle or it was, to get the rights to do something, but she's a very busy person. I think that, her objectives in her life, or what she's aiming to accomplish as a professional actress, sorry, actor, she goes, on another side of the industry that is much more like, I want to say, like, it's more like, um I don't know why I want to say like prodigies. Like, there's like prodigies that they know, they study, or there's like a university or something of actors, and it's like a whole center of actors, and things are serious about, acting and the future of cinema. I don't know, but she's more involved in this. She's more involved in the seriousness of life, and I think that yeah, working with him, it definitely represents a huge pride, a huge moment in her career, but also it represents something that probably she wants to overcome, and she wants to go to maybe create like, another more serious projects, not so much romance. She is very, serious about certain things. I don't see her, being like, oh, because I met him, and now we're going to start seeing each other and just talk to each other and being goofy and flirting. I don't see that she has time for that. She's investing in something else, something bigger in her life. I wonder if she's studying a career or something like this, but um it feels very like like something very important, that I don't see her that sentimental. It's just that she's like, yeah, I'm so proud of us, of what we created together, but I don't see her being like, oh, I want to see him again, I want to see him. And also with the justice, it's also about retribution. Like, I given what I had to give when we were filming or when we were working together. I already given it. I gave my part, and now I move on. From his part, he somehow, like, he wants to reconnect with her, with the Knight of Wands and the Temperance. There's something about him. I don't know. He just finds her attractive. Also, he finds her cute. I don't know if there was like some differences at some point, or he felt like she didn't feel like he appreciated her enough, and he wants to reconcile. He wants to make amends of something. With the Temperance, he's like, I want us to talk again. I can see her. I can see him wanting to reach out to her. I mean, like, we can talk about the past. This is why we have the card of memories, somehow talking about the past and how it was for us, because maybe he's trying to resolve something that they have pendant, or maybe he's like, I want to give you, saying thank you. I don't know. I think that he enjoys her presence, and definitely there's something about him just being very attracted to her, and being like, I want to see you again, or if I see you, we could hang out. Maybe it can be that because she seems so intelligent, or she seems like she's building a very, a strong future for herself. Maybe he's also thinking that he wants to be like that as well, or maybe he wants to go through or get to know the circles that she's in. But I think that they have different styles, and for him, because he's the man, maybe for him to get roles or to get casted on certain things is going to be easier. And for her, it's like she has to go more for the part that it is more about. I don't know why I want to say, like, if she has to ask the government to give her permission to invest money in something, but she's very serious about this. I think that the law is involved as well. So yeah, I think that it was a good memory, but yeah, they're going on different routes. Okay, I'm going to read for the Chinese actors, Zhang Linghe or Linghe, Zhang Linghe, and Zhao Jinmai. Zhang Linghe and Zhao Jinmai. She's actually been shipped with other people, because I see it here. There's other men, maybe as important as he is, but there's other men as well. So I don't know about her disponibility, availability. Yeah, really hard to pronounce, I know. Okay, for this Chinese actor, for Zhang Linghe part, we have the Two of Pentacles and the Ten of Pentacles. And from the actress Zhao Jinmai, we have the King of Pentacles and the King of Swords. Money, contracts, and we have the High Priestess in the middle of them, intuition. So honestly, it's because I don't know. Well, we know that maybe sometimes in certain entertainment business, the shipping, when you are shipped with certain people, it means like money, or it means like people talking about you, or certain associations make you feel like rich, like more rich. um I think that, yeah, from his part, he's like, maybe there's something about him being like, yeah, this is part of the business, or this is, or I know her, she's part of my career, or she's part of, are they from the same company, or are they from the same, I see a building, I don't know, but it feels like, for him it's very, he's like, I just adapt to whatever gives me a stability, or whatever gives me a status. Probably he has contracts also when it comes to certain actresses, or something. So he has to review, his options as well. He has to review his options. He probably is someone that he has like also a lot of offers, or he works a lot, or he has like two projects at the same time, sort of juggling his life, his productivity. But there's a lot of respect. It's just that with the Ten of Pentacles, it feels very like, yeah, if we are associated, it's because we are under the same, industry, or we are part of a very select group. But or there's history because we work together. So, but it feels very practical. It's all about money, influences, popularity, and what can give you money, actually. But there's a sense of stability. Like if he's been shipped with this person, or people are curious, it's like, for him, it's like it always happens. Like this is not new for him, for someone like him. This is why he's like, he never says like no to a potential ship. This is why he's like, because at the end is maybe his agency, or someone that is like in charge of being like, okay, if you associate yourself with this person, your career is going to look better. So for him, it's more like a formal kind of decision that is very business like. It's not coming from, I have a perception. It's like, ships, or the other person is more like a business investment, rather than, oh, I see you and I find you cute, you know. But yeah, from her side, we have the King of Pentacles and we have the King of Swords. So from her part, is like, if it's him, I don't know, maybe she's been shipped with him, but there's another guy as well. So probably she's very popular in that sense. Maybe, also, her being associated to this very famous, important people, important male leads, this is like something that she's used to this. She gives them the room to be protagonists, or to be associated with her. She doesn't mind. It's just that, maybe it's him and another one that actually are the ones that maybe she had the best chemistry with. But I think that for her is like she values them a lot. They are like a father figure to her. I don't know. Probably they are the same age, but it feels like they are like so, like legends for her. She has a huge respect for these two in particular. It's like him and maybe another person, another actor, that she's like, these two really, like, probably they help her, or they help her in her career, or they made things very easy for her. So for her, it's like actually like, I don't want to say like, oh, she owes her career to them, but it seems like for her it's like, yeah, my co-stars, or potential actors that I could be working with in the future, they are important for me, and they are important for my career. So could it be that also probably, the men in the industry are the ones that choose who they're going to be shipped with or associated with, because I think that at the end it's about the men, not so much about the actress. It's more about the man. So for her, it's like she also gives it room. Like, yeah, I know that probably the fans, they fantasize only about watching the hot guy get the girl, and they actually don't see me. I'm kind of like in there, but she definitely shows how important they are. But they are part of her life because they are present. I don't see her like, I don't feel her energy. I feel like there's other men like and with the high priestess intuition. So I think that also is the high priestess is like, is not that difficult to notice if you just, use your intuition. If you pay attention to their dynamic, you're going to see that this is a industry. This is something that is being arranged, that is being planned, that is being, sort of put together in that shape and form. So it doesn't feel like authentic at all. It doesn't feel, but it does feel like long lasting. These probably are collaborations that they last longer than maybe the Korean ones, probably, or the other Asian content. Maybe, when it comes to these actors working together, maybe people keep shipping them after a lot of years, and that is different than I don't know why it's giving me contract, like the contracts are longer. Uh, More than once. Mm. Is she in a relationship? Because I see the king of pentacles that could be representing him, and then I had the king of swords. So the two of them are like sort of in there. So I'm like, could this be her real boyfriend and then him? People thinking that oh no, she's dating her co-star, but then there's another man that people are suspicious of. She's also very popular. Okay. I'm going to continue with Boynextdoor, Leehan, and Illit Minju. Boynextdoor, Leehan, and Illit Minju. I don't know these people, but let's see. Boynextdoor, Leehan, and Illit Minju. What is going on? Okay, from this guy, from Boynextdoor, Leehan, we have the Queen of Cups and we have the Hierophant. From her part, from Illit part, Illit Minju, we have the King of Swords and the Ten of Swords. Can you hear me, guys? I don't know why it ran out of battery. It's 2 hours. Thank you. Thank you guys for. Can you hear me well? Thank you guys. Yeah, I was like, but why it ran out? It ran out earlier, but no, it didn't run out. It's so punctual. This thing is so on time. It's like it's 2 hours 15. I didn't notice that it was 2 hours 15. I was like, why if I just started reading? But yeah, I've been ranting for an hour, so we have to add that hour. Thank you guys. I'm going to start all over with this. Okay. Yes, for Boynextdoor, Leehan, and Illit Minju, like I said, I got from his part, I got the Queen of Cups, the Hierophant, um, and we have the Queen of Swords and the Ten of Swords from her part, from Mihu's part. And we have the Eight of Swords. So, like I was saying, I don't know if the audio, stopped while I was saying this, but, we have the keyword in here says self-victimization. It's the Eight of Swords. So, what is going on with these people? Like, um, I mean, from his part, he's like with the Queen of Cups. There's something about him acting like a mother figure. Also with the Hierophant, there's also like there's a lot of rules, a lot of teaching, a lot of maybe rigid education about maybe manners. But probably he also sees her like a mother figure, like oh, she's like the mother of the group or something like this. I think that from his part, it's all cool, but from her part, she's like, what did they offended each other? Did she get offended? Did something happen? Because with the King of Swords and the Ten of Swords, I wonder like what did he say to her or what happened? Because she is a bit like you know and also with the kind of self-victimization, like was there a misunderstanding among these two? Because it feels very like from her part, she's like, not so I don't know, her experiences or maybe interaction with him weren't that successful, or she actually felt very pressured to interact with him, and maybe things got a bit awkward. But from his part, I see that everything is cool. Like, I don't know, maybe he has like a different point of view about their dynamic. But from her part, she's really like she sees him like someone that is cold and I don't know, like bossy even, or that he talks too much, and when he talks, his words sort of like hurt, or I don't know. But she's a bit afraid of him, I would say. Like, what happened? What happened? Because from his part, he's like, oh, she's a sweet girl. Like, she's so responsible. She's so responsible. She's so nice. I feel okay. But from her part, she's like, oh, no. Maybe they had an interaction that was a bit awkward or there was like some misunderstanding. But my God, she's freaking out. But yeah, with the Eight of Swords, the card of self-victimization, there's a lack of information. There's immaturity as well, a lot of immaturity. One of them feels more pressure than the other. Definitely, I see it from her part. I don't know if she had to fulfill a certain role or she had to interact with him and things didn't go the way it was planned and it caught her off guard. And somehow she now has like an opinion about him. She's like, I didn't have fun doing this, or, I don't know if I would do it again. But also with the kind of self-victimization, it's like when you feel trapped or when you think like, oh my God, I'm so horrible because I mess up or I didn't do this right. And you act like a victim and you made like a huge deal about something that probably it wasn't like that. So I think that, yeah, one of them is like, is sort of playing like a sort of victim, and the other one is like, for me, I think that you're cool, like, yeah, I seen you around, you're cool. um but and also, it's very interesting because, he sees her like a queen, and she sees him like a king. So there's like respect, there's like hierarchy, I would say. These are not like, I know they're very young, but it seems like they don't see each other like, oh, you're a bit immature. No, I think that both of them are very well, um very mature. I don't know what happened. Maybe the reactions online. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, maybe the reactions online, because she feels like she wants to stay away from him, like, or anything that is associated with him. She's like, never again. Or she probably was very nervous, very stressed when she had to, interact with him, because he's very intelligent. He's a very he. It seems like he's fast, to react or to have, certain reactions, responses, and he's very intelligent. He's very sharp. Maybe, she felt a bit like, oh my god, I have to keep up, and I don't know how to, or I feel like, maybe this is lack of preparation. Honestly, it's lack of preparation. Is Because I see that both of them are very mature, but somehow, she feels like she's freaking out, like what happened, like, if things went well, why is she so afraid of him, like, why, maybe she feels awkward, interacting with the opposite sex. Maybe there's something, because I think that there's something about, like I mentioned at the beginning, there's something about him, with the Queen of Cups, and also the Hierophant, that he possesses, more information or more knowledge, more experience about how to treat ladies, or how to talk to the women, how to, be respectful. He has education. There's something about him, having a certain etiquette, something that he knows, that I think that it caught her off guard. She probably doesn't know, and she feels a bit like, like, oh my god, like, I think I messed up, or this that I did, I don't think that people like it. But if you say that they are cute together, or people thought that they were cute, I don't know, they should be okay. But yeah, with the Eat of Swords, it's like this perception that, this fear of like, I think I messed up, or I think that people will not like this, or I think that people will judge me for this. I feel so guilty. Ah. Hmm. It's nice. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Maybe she felt a bit intimidated by him. That I get, that it's lack of training. It's lack of, I don't know. There's something missing in there. Something is missing. Okay. B2B Minhyuk and Twice Tui. I didn't know these two knew each other. B2B Minhyuk and Twice Tui. Oh, Okay, from his part, we have from Minhyuk of B2B, we have the Five of Wands and we have the Wall card. And then from Tzuyu, we have the Page of Wands, we have the Emperor, and we have the Two of Pentacles. And then in the middle, we have the card of the Hangman, Surrender. And Tzuyu got three cards. I usually pull two, but I mean, I think that there's something about Minhyuk energy being like, I already went through this and I'm over this. With the Five of Wands, it seems like a competition. Like maybe maybe he was interested in her at some point when they were younger. I don't know why I want to say this, that when they were younger, but they like there were other people interested in her as well. Well, we know this, she's very beautiful, she's very popular, she had always been. But I see competitiveness in him. Somehow like fighting with others, or just like, being in this very competitive environment of like who is going to talk to her, who is going to go, like who. But with the Walker, is giving me like, I already, I closed the chapter. I already moved on. Also, it feels very childish. It feels very childish. And for him, I think that it's more like, it's not so much like he was interested in, it's more that there were other people like, in competition to get her, or to get her attention, or to talk to her. I wonder if it was like a bet or somehow like this, because it feels very like a group of men, men just being men. But I think that for him, he was like, yeah, at some point, nothing happened. I didn't do anything. I didn't approach her. I didn't say anything. But he remembers that, it wasn't just him, the one that was interested. There were other idols probably. And he probably gave up, and he was like, okay, well, you guys, like keep fighting. Like, I'm moving on. Maybe he got tired of waiting, or he maybe, I don't know, maybe he got a response that, that he wasn't her type or something like this, and he gave up. um but yeah, from her part, Page of Wands, the Emperor, and the Two of Pentacles. I think that obviously, like with this energy, the Page of Wands is giving me, you know, eh, like the magnet energy, but also a very bossy energy, in the sense that I think that she knew that there were people fighting for her attention, or she does know that she had. I want to talk about past. I don't know why I want to say like this happened a long time ago. But she knew that there were a lot of people competing for her, and it was exciting. And actually, for her, I see her like in her teenager vibe. That, oh yeah, I want to see you guys what you can do to impress me. Also the Emperor is very bossy. It's like this very bossy attitude of like, oh yeah, I want to see what you can do. Like, come on, bring it on. I want to see how you impress me. Let's see if you can beat me. If you can impress me, if you can win my attention. Let's see, fight with the others. Like, I cannot wait for the others. Like, really, I want to see. But her always being in control, being curious about it, but at the same time being like very much in control and very secure in herself. I think that she knew that she had, a lot of people interested in her, but with the Two of Pentacles, it's also like, at the end, I didn't choose anyone, or I just, maybe I talked to one or two for a while, but then, I gave up. Then I gave up. Nothing happened. It was all very, very high school, like very like young flirting or young interaction, but yeah, nothing serious, nothing was like concrete, nothing happened. But for her, it was good for her ego. There's something about her. I think that there's something just very with the emperor, she always is, she's very dominant, and I think that she loves, she's always like, putting, especially men, she puts men to a test. She's like, okay, are you are you interested in me? Okay, show me what you got, show me what you're all about. Let's see, may the best win, the best of you all. But she's like, yeah, I probably talked to one or two, but I never wanted anything with them. um and with the handman, surrender. Basically, yeah, probably they were awkward at some point. There's something also about them. Probably, the situation wasn't very like nice. Probably because there were a lot of interruptions, maybe. So it feels like even the memory of each other. It's very like, it's like, yeah, yeah, I remember you, or I remember the situation, but it was all very like, it's not going to happen. Let's leave it like this. It's like, let's surrender. Let's not go there. Let's not go there. J Hope, very awkward. Yeah, she's used to the attention. Yes, that's why she puts them to a test. That's why she puts them to a test. Okay, I'm going to read for Jisoo, but I have two contestants for Jisoo, so you have to be patient because it's two. It's two for Jisoo. Okay, I'm going to start with Jisoo and Exo Suho. I don't know if I read for them in the past, but I think I didn't. Jisoo and Suho. Jisoo and Suho. This Suho. Every time I read for Suho, I'm like, what is going on with this man and his lack of confidence? Like, I'm done. I'm done. Like, and also I get that this energy was from a very long time ago. It was in the past as well, if they had an interaction. But it's like, what is going on with Suho giving up even before he starts? Like, he's his worst supporter, I would say. Because like, no, like, okay, from Jesus' part, we have the handman and the ace of swords. So very awkward communication. If they started talking, it's sort of cut from her part. And from his part, 10 of swords and 9 of pentacles. Him already on the ground defeated. Him already on the ground defeated. Maybe because he didn't answer back and he felt so guilty. And we have the Queen of Wands, determination. I mean, I think that, definitely there's like this interruption of in very awkward communication. I think that this is like the two most awkward people meeting each other. I think that it's not about talking, it's more about sending messages. One got bored and started answering. The other one was waiting, and just because out of pride, it's like, oh, okay, well, she didn't respond, so I guess I also have to stop, insisting. So there's like this, no, like, not even for a business proposal, this would work because they don't talk the same language. Even though they're both from the same country, they don't speak the same language. First of all, Jisoo is, Jisoo is not, has never been very sure about him. With the handman and the ace of swords, she probably, interrupts not connections, conversations, or she initiates, but then she stops, and then she moves on, and then she reconnects. But I think that for her is also this process of, this is also a woman that probably she gets a lot of numbers, and a lot of people are interested in her, but somehow for her she puts them into a trial as well, to see if the person, really has what it takes to be with someone like her. You have to put a lot of willpower to convince her to, do something with you, or to even keep talking to you. I think that she gets bored easily, or she eliminates people easily. This is very Capricorn actually of her, being like, yeah, I can kind of see that, she stops on purpose to see if the other person is going to advance, and I think that there was something that she was not convinced about him. There was not a good connection in here. In the case of him, yeah, 10 of Swords and 9 of Pentacles, him probably, maybe she didn't respond back, or she did or didn't do something, and he took it to heart. He took it very personally, and he was like, oh my god, did I do something wrong? um like, okay, like, but I think that also with the 9 of Pentacles, it shows that yeah, it's about self-esteem and self-image, and him not feeling like, okay, him not feeling that he could be the one that she chooses. Maybe also feeling like, maybe, I'm not interesting enough, or there's something that I'm missing, or that I don't have, or I don't have. There's something about maybe in the moment that they were talking, maybe Suho lacked independency. There's something about him probably, having to take care of others, like having to be dependent on others, or having to be involved in a lot of, like, situations where, talking to someone, or being seen with someone, or just, wanting to do something for himself even. It seemed like so crazy and so egotistic for him. So probably he also was like, yeah, actually I don't have much free time. I cannot give you my full attention, because I have to take care of other things that I have, because I'm like a single mother with 10 children. They don't get along, so I have to fix this. So probably was a bad timing as well. But yeah, poor Suho, he's like, oh, like so overwhelmed. But yeah, with the Queen of Pentacles, determination. I think that, yeah, this probably didn't work, or didn't even initiate, or didn't become something, because there was lack of determination. And also, at the same time, I think that the Queen of Wands, it shows that, maybe they show determination in their careers, but when it comes to as them as individuals, they, in that moment, they were very much like pendant on, their schedules, or what was needed of them. They also had to be very strong and very stable, and very, well mentally. They didn't have time or space for, drama, or relationships, or even romance. They had to show up like this Queen of Wands, ready to go to work, ready to, do extra hours of this, ready to be flawless on stage. It seemed like they had to show this determination for the outside, for the others, and not so much in intimate connections. Mm, yes, poor guy. I cannot wait for him to get, a decent girlfriend, someone that loves him for who he is, because he does carry a lot of responsibility, poor guy. And the other one that I have is Jisoo with J Hope, with Hobby, with BTS Hobby. And this person was asking because since she was the one that invited Hobby to their concert, she wanted to see what's up with them. Yeah, could it be that the other girls didn't agree on or her inviting him? Because I have the three of cups and I have the judgment for Jesus' part. And about hobby, I have the nine of swords and the knight of pentacles. So him also being worried, anxious about, like, somehow walking on eggshells, like, what am I going to find here? I wonder how maybe this affects their careers or their image, and somehow they are being cautious about this. But yeah, we have the death card, and here says let go. So basically, if someone is shipping them, guys, let it go, because it's not like that. It's not like that. It's never going to be like this. And probably, this was a moment, one moment or one opportunity thing, but I don't think that you will see it in the future. There's change, there's transformation coming. But yeah, in the case of Jisoo, with the three of cups and the judgment, there's something about, you know, um, probably people judge her for inviting him. I don't know. It sounds like this. Like, why did you invite him? Um, but at the same time, I think that the Three of Cups is also giving me. This is the card that I get every time I read for Jenny and another also potential ship, that Jenny also gets, the Three of Cups, like somehow being like, yeah, I invited him, but I invited other people as well, not just him. It's not because he is special or because I have a relationship or I have something personal with him. No, is because he is part of a group of friends, he's part of a circle of friends, and he was invited because he's part, and I like him. Probably there's she likes her, she likes a hobby, definitely. But it's like, I invited a group of people, and hobby was invited in this. But the judgment is giving me like she got backlash for this. Like people were like, why did you invite him? Like, what was your purpose? And she probably, got a bit like, sort of surprised that people were so negative about him in there. She was like, but why not? Her obviously, like the moon in Aquarius that she is, she's very friendly. She probably knows a lot of people in the industry, so she's like, why not invite him? If he can come. But yeah, with the judgment, I think that that the others didn't approve of this. They were like, why? But or maybe, even the audience, could it be the fans, being angry and judging her for this? But she's like, I'm just being friendly. I'm just, opening the invitation. She delivered a lot of invitations, a lot, a lot, a lot. And from Hobby's part, with the Nine of Swords and the Knight of Pentacles, he probably also overthought, like he was overthinking a lot, like, should I go? Should I attend this? He probably was worried also about other things. Maybe he had, like, other personal things, he had other worries of himself, but he was like, no, because, I maybe he said he would. So there's something about him being a professional, him being a man of work, a man of honor, and being like, I will go. I will go. It probably is going to take me a while to get there, or I don't know if he arrived late or it took longer for him to get there, but he showed up. He showed up because it's like, I said that I will go, so I will go. They invited me, so I will go. But the Nine of Swords is giving me preoccupations, like he was worried. He was preoccupied. I don't know what. I don't know what happened or what he found out, before he went. There's something about him being a bit worried. You know, I don't know. His mind wasn't there. His mind wasn't in that moment. I think that his body was. He was having fun. He was being his like a very loyal person. I think that the hobby has this. Like when he says that he will show up, he will go. Very like a very loyal friend. Like a very loyal person. He probably has also great relationships with people in the industry, so everything is cool with them. but maybe yeah, he also was worried. I don't know, maybe he was worried about people criticizing him, or people being like, oh, why do you go to the how the fans get. So yeah, but yeah, with the death card, it's like let go, let go. Yeah, probably. Yes, yes, maybe that. Yes. Yes, once you start looking at the cards show you the past. The cards show you how they move. This is why it's so important, and this is why sometimes, even though I have tons of tarot decks, and I have different colors, different styles, black and white, and with different, it's so important, the scenario. You just have to observe the scenario, the cards, the direction that they're taking, what they're looking at. Everything is guiding you to read them. So you just have to read. You have to observe the cards talk to you. It's like their body language. Okay, I'm going to continue with Nmixx, Sullyoon, and the Boyz Sunwoo. Nmixx, Sullyoon, and the Boyz Sunwoo. Nmixx, Sullyoon, and the Boyz Sunwoo. Okay, yeah, from her, she got the same cards that this actress, Kim Hye-jun, I guess, is the card, the actress of Lovely Runner, that she got the Justice and the Six of Wands, Nmixx, Sullyoon got the same, so these are her cards, exactly the same. And from the Boyz Sunwoo's part, we have the Ace of Swords and the Hangman. So if he was talking to her, or he communicated with her on camera or something like this, he's stopping. He's stopping. He's like, I better do not talk to people, because, on the internet, people go crazy. They judge me. So I better stay quiet. And yeah, we have the King of Cups, that it says emotional maturity. Yeah, I think that honestly, these two are trying their best to be emotionally mature about maybe shipping, or about what people say of them. In the case of Sullyoon, with Justice and the Six of Wands, just like the actress, what I said of the actress, there's a level of her, also being fair to maybe her image, the group. She's very responsible. She's very like someone that she shines for her group, or maybe there's something about her, working really hard to get the group to give the best image for the group. I think that for her, this is serious. This is serious. With the Justice, it's like, yeah, if I interacted with him in the past, it's all very formal. It's all from a place of like, I'm polite. I say hi to you. I engage in conversation. But at the same time, it's like, I am like a public figure. If you have the Six of Wands, it shows you someone that is on the public eye, that there's people waiting for them, that there's cameras, that there's a lot of people waiting for her. Maybe she's very popular. Maybe there's something about, people wanting to see her, and wanting to see what she does, and wanting to celebrate her. And I think that she's used to feeling she understands why people are maybe so curious about her, or what they want to know more about her, and who she can talk with, who she's friends with, who she talks to. But at the same time, I think that she's very, is she a Libra herself? Because it's giving me Libra energy. Like she's trying to be fair, and just like being very proper. It feels very like proper, very like with a lot of education, with a lot of class. Like, oh yes, thank you. This was fun. Yeah, I admire you. You are amazing. We are colleagues of the same field, but it feels like she's more focused on shining herself. There's something maybe about, well, it could be, about, things that have been going on with the boys, or something about exposure, that she's like, I don't do that. I don't get into scandals. I try to avoid it. I know people are watching me. I know people are waiting for me. I know I have a lot of fans that they want to know about me. So she's very much devoted to her craft, I would say. And she's also like, being very prudent, because she wants to keep being seen as a good girl, like a good citizen, a good person. I don't know, but I think that she worries a lot about what people say. So she worries a lot about what others say. So probably she's like, I'm not even looking at his way, because and if I do, it's because I'm being polite, or it's my job. So it feels very like proper. Yeah, and from his part, he's like, I talk to in this, when I say I talk to, it's not like I get their numbers and I talk to a lot of female idols. This is more about like when you encounter someone and you say hello and you engage in a conversation and you are very open and you just talk. It doesn't matter if they are from the opposite sex. He says hi to everyone. He used to be very sociable. Now I don't see it that much. With the Ace of Swords and the handman, there's something about him probably being like, yeah, probably I should not talk to this person, or just not talk that much, because I don't want to get them into trouble. I don't want people to think something that is not like this. So he's also probably like, reflecting a bit. I mean, like, these are very awkward moments for me. I think that there's something about Sunwoo that, he's like, if I talk to someone, I'm always being myself. And I'm always talking from my honesty, from my truth. But I guess, since everything that is going on, with the handman, it seems like he's like, I guess I have to stay silent, because maybe people don't like my voice, or they don't like what I have to say, or they don't like how I look like. I don't know. I think that for him, it's like, I better just don't engage anymore with people. If I see you, I will wave, and just like, and it's so sad, because actually, he's a very intelligent, and someone that opens up communication, and he's a very direct also person. So if there's something going on, if you want an answer from Sunwoo, he's going to say it like it is. But because this industry is so superficial sometimes, for an Aries, it's very difficult to survive the pressures of being in that industry, and always everything has to be with a lot of restriction. So, and since he cannot help himself, he's like, I better do not talk to people from the opposite sex. But yeah, with King of Cups emotional maturity, there's this level of them learning as they go, learning about what makes them feel good, what makes them feel safe. It's not personal. It's not like there's any in like a hidden motive of like, why don't you talk to me, or why did you talk to me? No, but they're just trying to do the best for their careers. That's the thing. So it's like, I have to change a few things. Mm. Ah, she's the most famous of Nmixx. She know, just like Karina or Boyon, Bonyon. if they're in any scandal, the group is gonna be affected. Yes. Yeah, she sees this. I didn't remember her being shipped with Lino. Did they have a lot of moments? She's like all very proper. She's like, I don't want drama. Lino and a woman. I believe they were both NC for the same show. Wasn't Jungwoo also in there when they were MCs? I believe she was. Because then there was another girl as well, but I think I remember her. Okay. I'm going to continue with the last one, that is Exo D.O IU. D.O IU. Yeah, they're they got the Three of Cups and then the Three of Cups again community. Yeah, they're part of a group of people. There's nothing here like special or private. No, it's like, oh, we're friends with the same people and we get along, but there's other people. There's a community here. It's not that intimate. Okay, from D.O's part, we have the Three of Cups and we have the Queen of Pentacles. He definitely admires her very much because the Queen of Pentacles, I see that is her, but it's like, it's her and the friends, or it's her and the others. So it's like they never are alone. I would say there's always other friends. In the case of IU, we have the Five of Pentacles and the Ace of Wands. So yeah, what is going on with IU that she feels so like low in energy, that's so good about herself? But then we have the Ace of Wands, so I guess that she's like creating something new, like an idea or something, and maybe it's about the relationship that maybe they stop being close for a while. Maybe she wants to work with him in a new project and she's like, I cannot think of an idea, but I see her coming up with something. The Three of Cups, yeah, community. Yeah, they're part of the community. They are really good friends. There's a lot of people, and I think that these people are their characteristics are that they are all very close. That probably this is like a group of other, with other colleagues, with other artists, real artists. Like I mean that like this, it could be exclusive as well. Like you don't get to enter this club just because, we're talking about D.O and we're talking about IU. So both of them are, important, especially because I see it from D.O's perspective. He definitely, sees her like, this very prosperous person. Probably she does. I don't know if is she like the host of certain celebrations, that she put her house so they can hang out and just, does she open the doors of her house, or is this another woman that gives their house? I don't know why I want to say this. Like there's this very rich woman that probably a celebrity as well, but maybe older than them, that is like the one that is the host. It's the one that is like, I will put my house and you guys come here, you all come here and let's all celebrate together. This is like a big group, but it's like of selective people, selective artists. And I think that he's showing me this woman. He's like, this woman makes like the best parties or the best reunions. She cooks amazing. He's giving me Toros vibe. But if he's like, yeah, I appreciate IU, but there's also another people that I also appreciate very much. So it feels like, yeah, it's like you and others. But yeah, in the case of IU, I'm like, what is going on with her? Maybe she's like a bit tired, or she cannot, or maybe she had some issues in this community. Maybe she has issues with other peoples of this group, and there's something about her just not showing up that much. But then we have the ace of wands that is like, okay, yeah, I will go, or we will see each other again. But I think that there's maybe she's going through something. She's going through something personally that she's like, I need my alone time, or I need to be alone. I don't feel that much to celebrate with the group. But then the ace of wands, I think that she will come back. She will come back definitely. But I think that she probably is like thinking that she has an idea or a project that she wants to develop, and maybe she wants to share it with this community, but she still cannot find it in her mind to give it like a right shape. I would say this is why maybe she feels a bit like insecure about herself. Also, is she okay financially? Because with the Five of Pentacles, it's giving me like, what is she lacking? But yeah, this is a great community, a very loving one. But yeah, of very famous and popular and talented people, of course. Ah, she has her show. Ah, yeah, I remember. Yeah, I feel like maybe she's a bit sad, but she will recover. Maybe she's like, she did record that K drama that was very emotional. Maybe she's a bit drained. The heater is burning this part of myself. This is why I'm touching. If you see me that I'm touching here, it's because the heater is pointed this way. These cards fit her story very well too. Poverty and standing alone. Maybe at times she gets into the energy again. Do you have a snow where you live? No, I don't. On the north part of the country, yes, there is. In the Patagonia, there is snow, but no here, no. In the capital, no, we don't. I don't know snow actually. I never seen snow in my life yet. Yeah, she's always in a rush, it seems. So maybe she needs to recharge energy. Yeah. Sorry for my random question, but I thought it would be wild to see snow in August or September. See, for me, this is the height of summer. Yes, I know. Yes. Yeah, it's definitely wild. This is why sometimes, especially in this time of year, I tend to do a lot of more live streams. Because since it's cold outside, especially around this hour that it starts to get darker, or early in the morning, um, for me, it's like it's not a problem to stay on the live stream because it's actually comfortable. Instead of just being in my house, I prefer to go live and just do the readings. I feel productive like this. But for me, it's very comfortable because it's like I'm in winter. But maybe for you guys that you are in summer, it's like, oh, I have to stay inside, or I have to be with the phone, and it's hot and it's annoying, and maybe I want to do something else, and the weather is so nice and I'm going out. So I think that we live to oppose realities, I guess. And also the same happens to me with comebacks, with certain concepts around this time of year, because everyone gets this, all the idols and everyone gets these concepts very of summer vibe. And since I'm in winter, I don't connect that much, because for me it's like I'm cold. I'm you know I don't feel like the happy vibes. Mm, yes. Do you have another recommendation, guys? I love snow, though. You should definitely experience it once. I think that less year recommendations were funnier, honestly. Um, I'm going to write that down. Same for Lino and Lily. Who is Lily? Lily and Bangchan. Okay, okay, okay. But you will have to wait for me a second, because I'm going to mute the mic and I'm going to go and get myself. I'm going to get the mate ready, because I'm thirsty. But you guys can go. And I guess it will take me like 5 minutes. I'm not going to turn off the live stream. I'm going to stay, but I'm going to um, um, disconnect the mic. But I'll be back. I'm going to prepare the mate. So wait for me. If you stay around, wait for me. And if you guys have new ideas, well, you can talk to each other about this. But please don't forget to recommend this to me when I'm back, because sometimes the conversation moves. But yeah, I'll be right back, so you guys can talk to each other. Suho and Taeyong. I should do a live stream that it has to, maybe I should do this like this Sunday to talk about K-pop mysteries. You know that those kind of maybe situations or something that happened in K-pop that stayed in there, and you're like, but what happened really? Wait, guys, that I'm reading you. Nmixx mainly, okay. There were some real unusual ships like I think Mark and Lisa. Who? What Mark? Yuta and Lisuman. Suho and Taeyong. Taeyong of NCT. Unusual love triangles. Mark Lee. Ah, okay. Jessica Jung and Taeyong. Mark and Haechan. Biggest fight. Wait, but this one of no. Let's separate because I'm writing them down. But let's focus for today. For today, I can do a few. But for example, this one of Mark and Haechan. Mark and Haechan, we could leave this for, I could do this. I'm going to post this for tonight. On Sunday, we can do mysteries in K-pop. And I'm going to add this one because what happened with Mark and Haechan, the fight, that probably was just a silly fight. But yeah, just let's see with the cards what originated this, from one side and the other. I think that it would be like more interesting. Yes. Mark and Haechan. Well, Sunday. K-pop mysteries. And you probably can. I can pull cards again for Jimin and Jung, even though I read for them. But I could, just pull random cards just to see if there's something more that I didn't see. But yeah, because I'm sure someone is going to mention this if I post this as an option. So yeah, K-pop mystery would be the legendary Mark and Haechan fight. Then, there's one that is about Jessica. Yeah, Mark and Haein was quite mysterious. Yeah, yeah, but it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. I like it. I like it. I like it because there's a lot of like moments that maybe you heard about what happened, but you're like, I'm still wondering what was there about. What the cars had to say about this situation. Was it like this or was it not? You also helped me to develop, and to see, um, work my intuition with a random situation. What do I want to see? If I will have the chance, I will want to pull cards for Kai and BTS Taeyong, to see what do they feel of each other, you know, being associated with Jenny in the past. What do they think of each other? But on Sunday, that's um, yes. I should add GD as well. Yes. I believe I read about Jessica. I think I read about her in this. I believe I pulled cards for her in the situation with the group. Yes, it would be the most Capricorn reading ever. Kai, V, and Jenny. Like, oh my god! Like, be more original, please. Like, get something different, please. So many Capricorns together, like clashing their thorns. Uh, Oh, yes, got 7 members as well. Wasn't it like Mark and JB? Yeah, but Crystal energy feels so detached. Crystal, like she is above all of them. I don't want to say like she thinks that she's better than them, but there's something about her just having a different lifestyle, and probably like this like K-pop idols or dating. Maybe she also is like some of them are not even truth. I know the truth about this, so she's like somehow not impressed. Not like maybe if they stayed dating for a long time, like she apparently she did with Kai, maybe she would have been like, oh my, maybe there was something special in there. But I think that she's like so over that industry of, I mean, that part of the gossipy part, and she probably knows how certain companies make those romances, so that sometimes some of them are not truth. So she's so disconnected. She's like, I have better things to do. More like what attracted Jenny to Kai first and be second. Maybe she just wanted someone, to be on her side for once, a friend. Her having this Venus in Aquarius, maybe her view is more, because every time I read for her, it's more about her being in conflict with herself and her career and what people think and all those things that make her sad. That I don't think that there's not like a correspondency. I think that these are people that probably, like, it seems like they trauma bound, like they get together because they share the same traumas or the solutions or challenges in the industry. So sometimes they get together because of that, not so much because there's something in particular in you that attracted me. Mm. Everyone in GOT7 has a fight story. Yes. Remember the show that they yes. Same with Super Junior. Hechel started lots of drama. Hechel seems very dramatic. Seems like he's the guy that brings the drama. Yes, like the aespa song. Like the aespa song was originated by Hechel. I don't know him. I don't claim I know these people. But he's giving me that vibe. You know, the vibe that he could start certain things. Crystal is literally just focused on herself and not idolize people in the past. She's only that. Yes. Yeah, and also probably she has a special someone or she has like a more important relationship with someone else. So, like maybe she doesn't even remember guy. Because did she even like Kai? I don't know. Those relationships are so weird, guys. Are so weird, and I think that it's so interesting because I don't. And it's not about the cards. It's more like when I read for them, I don't feel like there's one of them be like, like I think I kind of feel something for this person. No, it's more like, oh no, what are they going to say of me? Oh no, what are they going to write about me? Oh no, my career. So, oh, like I know, of course that for me, every association that you have, not just because they're idols, of course that it matters, but I think that yeah, we all, every time we meet someone, we all, review like, is this person good for me? How are they going to impact my life or the lifestyle that I have? But I think that they lack emotions so much. So sometimes people, tend to fantasize like, oh, because these two idols dated or were seen together, people write a fanfic about them. Oh, I'm sure this happened, or I'm sure because they're beautiful, they had great chemistry and they were all over each other. And actually, probably they never kissed. like, like there's no skinship, there's no like physical desire, there's nothing, like it felt so dry. um didn't Don start a huge fight that turned physical in Super Junior? Why that member? Does anyone know why that member of Super Junior Don Hae? Why does he always like get close to Jeno? Is it because they are similar? They look similar. I don't see the resemblance, but maybe they are like people. It seems like Jeno is like the younger version of his. Could it be? This is why he's always like taking pictures with Jeno. I know that they know Jeno since Jeno was a child, literally, because Jeno has been in there forever. But it seems like he's very attached to Jeno. Hmm. Ah, you should read for them too. Jeno and Don Hae. Maybe they are like sort of sibling dynamic, like Johnny with Sakuya. Ah, okay. Johnny and Sakuya. Yeah, because I was rewatching last year. I don't know if I believe it was the first part that I did, and we had really like the uh what is this called? What is this series called? I'm stuck. Um, Unusual Ships. The Unusual Ships of last year were iconic. I was rewatching them and I was like, oh my god, this is so cool. How did we come up with all these names? It was so cool. Um, and this year It's okay. It's okay, considering that this is part three. We have some names, but I don't feel it like it was fun. I don't feel it like it was entertaining. I feel like it was very, like, maybe people really tried, they really tried to think of someone to recommend, and I don't think that I think that the responses are very, oh, again, are very dry, are very, and the tarot is also like, yes, no, no, no. Yeah, remember, yes, I was watching all this and I was laughing to myself. The Sun and Jungkook. Remember the tea that we didn't expect to have. The tea that we didn't expect. The tea was like, the tea was serving and we were like, because I felt so sad. I remember when I saw the cards, I was like, oh my god, what did they do to each other? Like, it's very sad. Like, what happened? In both parts, like, not just one. Don and Jesse. Yes, I was surprised with Sana and Jungkook. I was surprised. It made me feel sad. Sad. I was like, oh my god. Okay. 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 So is it Lino and Lily? Because I had Lily twice. So is it Lino and Lily? Wasn't it Lino and the other girl that I just read for Sullyoon? Wasn't it Lino and Sullyoon? Because I have Lino, Lily, and then I have Lily and Bangchan. Yes. And also, Bacano, we are losing the third gen groups. We are the third gen and a bit of the fourth gen as well. We are losing them. They are getting older. They are going to enlist. There's a lot of drama. There's a lot of, a lot of things going on that we cannot ship in silence. It's like, I don't ship, but I think that there's something about, like, you don't even have moments. You don't even have, like, nothing. You don't have nothing. Not even to be funny about it. There's not much. The new idols, the poor people, the poor children, they look so scared. They look so fragile. They look so, like, guarded, and like, no, I think I in the corner of my eye I saw, someone of the opposite approaching, so and and I don't know, I think that it's no third gen and fourth gen idols, like, Lilino. Lilino, yes, a cute ship name. Yeah, it's boring. Yeah, I mean, I will leave it up to the younger audience. They decide, what is their type, what they like, Um, but it's very boring. It's very boring for me. Like I need more craziness, like more spontaneity, like more. I mean, I would adapt it to today, not so like poor idols. They look too skinny. The first gen poor guys when they were just starting, they look too skinny. And the outfits they would wear, like the skinny jeans, and the white socks, and the the black shoes, the white socks, the white socks showing. No, it's one. It's either Lily or the other girl. Somehow seems as a person with potential. He lately had nice stage with Yuki. Oh yes, yes. I'm like, could I stand this man? He looks so professional, so talented. Like he really shined with her. I did enjoy it. I did enjoy it very much. Yes, he shined very much with her. I like it. And also, my neighbors are starting to play instruments, so you probably are going to hear it. So yes, I have to. Okay, I have to get fast because they are starting to play instruments. I don't know whose birthday is today. Maybe it's Akira's aunt. We're celebrating over here as well, Akira, for your aunt here in Argentina. Let them know that the band has started to play. So yes, in a very random Wednesday, you have a live band playing. Mm. There's a lot of potential. Okay, let's see. Let's start with and also my neighbors. They shout. They. It's awful their voices. Okay, I'm going to start with Mark Lee and Lisa. Let's see, Mark Lee and Lisa. Mm. No, they are very. Have you ever met someone from Discord? No, no, not so far. I think that for Mark and Lisa, uh, both of them have this. They're in the same, not in the same stage, but it feels like it's a moment for them to protect their own brand or their own individuality or their own personality, their own image even. So in the case of Mark, I have the King of Wands and I have the Seven of Wands. So Mark is like um I value me more. It's not that he doesn't, see Lisa or he doesn't acknowledge that Lisa is powerful, but there's something about him being like, I have to protect, I have to protect my mission. He is evolving. He's not no longer a child. Now he's a man. A lot of creation with his work, with his individual work, with his everything that he's building, and probably he's going to start to build more around his image or trying to be more of a soloist in the near future. So he's like with the Seven of Wands, he's like, if I can avoid, somehow being seen with the female energy or another female people, because he's like, I'm feeling like I'm at the top of the world at this moment. I'm feeling like a king. So yeah, I'm sorry, but I don't want to be accused of being seen with another idol, female idol, um And in the case of Lisa, we also have the Three of Cups and we have the Tower. So for her, I think that also she's like breaking up a lot of like maybe friendships, associations. I don't know. I think that Lisa is also going through a lot of rebuilding in her life. There's a lot of things that are destroying themselves to be reborn again. So probably she's like, yeah, I don't see myself like, interacting with Mark or with people from that part because, I'm no longer associated to that same industry. I think that she's sort of separating herself from certain groups or circles, maybe because also she's aiming more maybe towards more international, appearances, interactions with other artists, but not Korean, I would say. So she's like, yeah, it's very unlikely that you will see me, collaborating with someone like him, because it's like, I'm sort of like rebuilding. Could be a contract, also that she used to have a contract, that she had to, I don't know, go to award shows or some these how do you say this when they go to these shows that they record the stages, um but yeah, she's like, yeah, that no more. I don't do that. I don't do that. I hang out with another people, another kind of people. I don't go there. But yeah, the Nine of Swords, anxiety. So both of them share the same level of anxiety. Maybe this is, like I mentioned, about them protecting their territory or protecting their craft, protecting what they think that they have worked very hard to create or shape their careers in the way that it is now. That I think that with the Nine of Swords is like we have to be really careful who we associate with or who we are seen with. It has to be everything very curated. And but there's something about both of them in different styles, but there's anxiety. It's like, oh, I have to take care of what is mine. I have to look good. I have to do what is best for me, being a bit selfish and just, yeah, music shows. Yes. But yeah, I see them very anxious, both of them, very protective of the people that they hang out with, like, okay. I'm going to continue with Lino and Lily. Lino and Lily. Lino and Lily. And yeah, her. Oh. Okay. I have temperance twice. So I think that there's something about them getting each other. It's like they don't get on each other's nerves or they don't get on each other's space because there's a bit of, there's like, okay, I get you. There's certain things that you don't like or there's certain things that trigger you. So, I'm going to leave you to it. Like, I'm not going to bother you. Something like this. But which is very respectful, I guess. From Lino's part, we have the Six of Pentacles and we have, the Queen of Swords. So again, just like when these idols want to be polite, but like, I'm not interested, I just do this because it's my job, they usually get the Six of Pentacles. That is like this very moderated energy guided by a script or guided by a contract. It's like, I do this, I interact with her because it's my job. This is what I do. This is what I got paid. They told me that I have to do this or that I have to talk to her, but it's like I give, as they ask me to do. It's not that it comes from me. But he's very opinionated about her. With the Queen of Swords, I can I don't know if he ever mentioned her or said something about her, because he feels like he really sees her. He really sees her, and it's like, I don't know if he had an opinion or he said, oh, this that she did. But I think that if you ask him, he's very open to say what he thinks. Very honest, very cold, but honest. Um, and in the case of her, yeah, the Temperance, the Eight of Wands, and the Three of Cups. So yeah, for her, it's like, yeah, I saw him, or I interacted very briefly and fast, like a thunder, with him and the others. But it was like this very chaotic moment. Maybe like a reunion of the company, something like this. It was cool. For her, it's like, she likes him. She likes his energy. She's very much chill with him. Like, there's not, an attitude of like, oh my god, like, what do I say or what do I do? No, she's just, I think that she gets him. There's something about she getting his humor, or her getting his energy, or the energy that he protects, that yeah, he's very sharp. So somehow she lets him be, or maybe it's because of respect. There's something about her being like, okay, yeah, whatever you say, it is like this. I will laugh at your jokes. But yeah, it feels very casual. It's like, yeah, I seen you around, but yeah, you just disappear. Or you work with other people busy. There's not like a connection. But yeah, see the Temperance again. Choose breeze. Choose breeze. I think that probably they both, I don't know if both of them recognize in each other that they are a bit anxious, or that they are people that they need to have their alone time, or that they need to be left alone, or that they need their space. But I think that there's something about like them being like, yeah, I understand why you are like this, or I understand why you have your boundaries, or I understand if you are in a bad mood, because same, because I would be like this if I were you. So there's a level of, they are very cool with each other. It's like, yeah, I get it. And even if he from the case of Lino, if he does have a sort of attitude, she sort of gets it. She's like, oh yeah, he's like this because maybe it's a character, and she's like, oh yeah, I know he's like this, or he says things. But yeah, they get each other. They don't get in each other's way. They get each other. She's like, yeah, I understand why he's like this. I just let him be. Or I observe that he seems very like he doesn't stay still. He's not someone that he stays in a room for a very long time. Or if he interacted with her and the groups, he then disappeared. There's something about him just needing a timeout, and she's like, oh yeah, okay, yeah, I understand. I would do that as well, if I could. Yeah, very peaceful, honestly. Yeah, with the Temperance twice, very peaceful, very balanced, like them getting each other's energy, and being like, yeah, same. I would be like this too. Maybe it's because of the crazy fans that Lino has. So somehow she's like, yeah, I get it. I get it, why he's like this. Okay, I'm going to continue with Lilly and Bangchan. I don't know. What is it about Lilly that she's like so? I don't. It's not condescending, but I think that there's a level of her being like, ah, yeah, I understand. Yeah, yeah. You go and do your best. It's not that she feels sorry for them, but there's a level because they got the card of the strength, and in here it says compassion. It says compassion, and you see the hands, the hand sort of touching the lion, and I don't know why I got the vibe of like, ah, like compassion. I feel so compassionate towards you, and you know that I said the same, about her and Lino, her being like, yeah, I get it, yeah, it must be tough, yeah, you go, do you, yeah, you go on, you go and do you. She's hilarious. Yeah, and about her part, yeah, Knight of Pentacles and the Moon, about her perception of Bangchan. In Bangchan, we have the ten of Pentacles, and we have the Four of Swords. So, yeah, and the Strength card, compassion. So, yeah, I think that there's a level of also of like, of like, I understand you. I understand completely. Like, you don't have to tell me, you don't have to, explain to me maybe, the struggles of life or what you're going through. I get it. I understand. I kind of have like an interesting view of what you must be going through, and I have huge respect for you. Something like this, like, um yeah, from her part, the Knight of Pentacles and the Moon. I think that she shows a lot of respect towards Banchan. Also, she is very like, I don't know why, I think that she advances, maybe she has to say hello to him, or she has to talk to him. She kind of doesn't know, what she's going to get. With the Moon card, it's like, I cannot figure you out. Like, I'm sort of approaching with care, with respect, slowly, and she's like, I often, if I see you or if I interact with you, it's more because we talk about work, or we talk about, resources, or we talk, or I ask you information about, like, do you know about this, where I can buy this, where I can do this. It's all about, money, and maybe routine. It's a very formal communication, very, like people that work under the same roof. It's like this. It's not personal. It's not like, oh, no, no, no. And with the Moon card, there's, from her part, there's like, she cannot figure him out. It's like she maybe tries to anticipate maybe his mood or something like this, and she's like, I don't know him. I don't know him. I think that he's a mystery for her. He's a mystery. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm being too formal. Maybe I'm being too, informal. I don't know. Or maybe they confuse each other because of language, and it's like, okay, what do we talk now? Do we talk in Korean? Do we talk in English? What we, like, she advances with care. She doesn't want to bother him, but at the same time, she's like, I cannot say I know him. I think that he's a mystery. He changes like the moon. So yeah, she's like, I don't know him that well. But yeah, in the case of Banchan, there's this, the company, definitely, the Ten of Pentacles, the Four of Swords. He's definitely feels very secure in the place that he has in the company. Definitely his status. He's like, he is the company, and at the same time, when he's in the company or when he sees her, he's actually very chill, or maybe he probably sleeps in the company, something like this. With the Five of Swords, it's like, I could be like, oh well, he's not so busy, but at the same time, I could see with the Four of Swords, an idol, sleeping in a studio because, he has to create something, or he has to finish something. So it's like long hours of recording, long hours of just being in there, seated, but in there. I think that he puts a lot of his time and energy in the company, inside the building. So this is why, sometimes maybe he looks a bit, just like I said, when she sees him, it's like she approaches him with care, because probably he's spent so many hours in there. So there's something about her not knowing, like, okay, like, Did you sleep here? Do you live here? Did you go to eat? Did you have breakfast? Like, there's something about, maybe when he's in there, he spends like a lot of hours, and somehow like the time stops in there, and it seems like his second house. So you don't know if you're going to run into him and what hours. He's always there. It's the company and him. But yeah, probably a bit tired. Yeah. But yeah, with compassion, it's like, yeah, I feel compassion for you. You got this. We are all trying our best, to do our best. So yeah, fighting. Not only I have my neighbor's music, I also have Kali screaming on the other side because she's listening. She's listening to me. So, ah, my God. Okay. I don't know if it's Kali or it's Negrita. I don't know which one of it is. Yeah. Okay, let's see Yuta and Lisumam. Yuta and Lisumam. Okay. Wait, guys, I want to see who it is. Wait. Sorry, guys. It was Kali. She was screaming. Sorry. Yeah. Bye, Saint Food. Okay. Wait, I'm going to adjust the. Did you see how huge she is? Yes. Did you check how huge she is? She's not a tiny baby anymore. Okay. Okay. Um, she's like no reading for you. Yes. Okay. From Utah's part, we have about Lee Suman. We have the 10 of not the 10, the Sun card and the Hierophant. And then from Lee Suman's part, we have the Four of Pentacles and we have the Six of Swords. And then from the connection, we have the card of the Knight of Swords. It says ambition. So about Lee Suman, honestly, I think that from Utah's perspective, it's like Lee Suman was like the sun, was like literally like the one that brought the sun, or the opulence, the positivity, the openness, the brightness to the company. I think that he has like this, this is like um, this is someone that I think that from Utah is like, he saw my potential, or he saw my light before I even saw it myself. So I think that there's like, I think that what he's showing me is that, the company, ever since he's not there, the company has like lost their shine, their shining, or their brightness. There's something missing, and I think that he's like, because he was like this creative force in the in the building, I would say. And also he sees Lee Suman like this great teacher that also taught him to have fun. There's something with the Sun card that is like very childlike, like you play while you create, you play, you play. You have fun. You go in there, you conquer, but you go in there and you have fun and you are confident. So yeah, this is his view. And from the part of Lee Suman, with the Four of Pentacles and the Six of Swords, I think that Lee Suman is very yes. The Lee Suman is very proud of Utah. There's something with the Four of Pentacles being like very possessive also of Utah, of Utah's, Utah, like being like, usually when we say like a creation, when we are like, this creation feels like a baby for me. Well, maybe, some NCT members feel like his babies. So I think that he holds on very tight to Utah for a very long time. I think that he has like a sort of like possessiveness towards him, or maybe towards NCT in general, and be like, I made these guys, they are who they are today because I made them. And the Six of Swords is like him advancing and changing. There's something about him letting go also of this possessiveness. I mean, like, no, Utah is no longer the artist that I selected. He is evolving. He is different now. He's free. He's showing his potential. He's growing, and his growing is all on his own. It's all his. So I advance. I let his memory go. And like now I look at him with respect. and I'm able to see, you know, how much he had grown, and I'm advancing too. You know, I think that there's something maybe lately about Lee Suman, you know, feeling a bit like maybe nostalgic about, you know, seeing the guys do their best, you know, with what they have, and the revolution. But he's also like, yeah, you know, it's time for me to detach from this, because these people are leading their own path. They don't need me anymore. They never needed me in the first place. But I think that he used to be like very possessive of his, and now he's like letting go. Now he's letting go. He's like, he's his own artist now. He had proven himself. He's his own. And what card did I say, guys, for the this one? What card did I get? The Knight of Swords, didn't I? Because Kali is sleeping on it. She's sleeping inside, like, on top of it. Was it the Knight of Swords? Knight of Swords. It is ambition. Ambition. It said ambition. So definitely he's like wishing, they are wishing each other, like, you know, continue moving forward with what you're doing. Be more ambitious. Don't get stuck. You know, let's not get stuck in the memories. Let's advance. Let's be ambitious. Don't forget to be ambitious. Ask for more. Ask for better things. Ask. Demand. But do it fast. Do it quickly. Yes. It's just that now, you know, that now she's not a baby anymore. Now she's still crazy, you know. But now she's like, you know, slowing down a bit, and now I think that she's like learning to just being there, you know. She's a teenager now, so. But she's a wildcat. I'm sure that she's laying down now because she's at peace that she's with me. You know, she was meowing like crazy outside, so she must be tired. Okay. Also, she's like crazy for this, so I'm trying to not move it that much. Okay, I'm going to do Suho and Taeyong. Suho and Taeyong. Yes. There's a sense of competition. We have the card of defeat in this between, you know, Exo Suho and Taeyong of NCT. From Suho's perspective, we have the Ace of Pentacles. First, I got the card of the Four of Pentacles. Four of Pentacles and Ace of Pentacles from Suho's part. And from the part of Taeyong, we have the card of the Sun card and the Star card. So definitely, I think that this shows, you know, their assertiveness as leaders, I would say. I think that from Suho's part is more like, you know, I have to hold on tight to the resources. I don't know if, because I always get these cards. Could it be that Suho is in charge of managing certain money, or asking certain money, or be dependent of what resources we can get, or what we can buy, or what we can save? I see him very much involved when it comes to how much they receive, how much is invested in them, in the group, in his group. Him as the leader, I see him just very, very possessive of, and also very holding on very tight to every little penny that they get. So I think that probably there's something about Suho's experience as a leader of EXO not being that relaxed. I think that we often, when we read for Suho, sometimes, it seems very challenging. It seems very stressful. And I don't know why, when I see it compared to Taeyong, the vibe is very different. Taeyong is literally like the star. He's like the star. He's like the sun. He's like, he's very popular. He's like, like he's very famous in there. He's the face. He's the representation. He is the standard. He is like, he shines so bright. So I think that probably, even though him as a leader, he also has responsibilities, but I think that there's different styles. There's something about Taeyong not having to, be that um, that rigid when it comes to handling the group or asking things for the group, because he is the group. He is the group. He's celebrated. He's like this huge celebrity. He is like this huge star. So whatever he wants, he gets. And in the case of Suho, I do see him being like, and I don't know why seeing them together, and this is why I have the card of defeat. I think that maybe, from Suho's perspective, there's something about him being like, yeah, ever since, they created NCT, somehow, the resources that we used to have, they were no longer available. So he was like, for us to be successful, I have to hold on very tight to everything that we receive. So for him, it's like, I have to get a bit, possessive, or I have to be a bit, on the defense, because they will not give us anything if I don't press them to give us anything. So yeah, with the star and the sun, there's this feeling of for Taeyong, the experience is much more pleasant, and I think that in this you can tell that he probably is the star of the. Besides being a leader, he is like the chosen one. So his experience is very different. So this could, have some differences, because their experiences are one that struggles very much, and the other one that is like it's, I don't want to say like Taeyong is free of worries, but I think that he had always been pointed out like Taeyong is like our future, or Taeyong is like our hope, or Taeyong is like, he is the sun. He's the one that is going to shine above all of us, and is going to bring a lot of not maybe a lot of fame, luck. I don't know what, but well, but yeah, the fire of swords, defeat. When one succeeds, the other one feels defeated. So it's not that they have feelings against each other. It's more like their circumstances. It seems like when one is up, the other one is down. So it's not fair. Yes. Mm. Yes. Okay. I'm going to continue with um, Jessica and Taeyong. Wait. Ay, she's just after the pen. This is why I cannot. She has her days. Yeah, she has her days. She's very like energetic. It's a very wild card. Okay, Jessica and very strong characters. Very strong characters. It makes sense that they don't. Yeah, but very hardworking. Like I think that when they whatever decision was made, I think that both of them are equally hardworking. This is not about one of them being lazy and the other one trying to do what's right. No, there was a lot of work, and if there were disagreements, it was because of this level of excellency that they wanted to achieve, or how much they were being pressured, or how much they were overworked. I don't know, but yeah, um we have from Jessica's part, we have the chariot and the emperor. So stop this. Try to stop this energy. Try to stop this woman. There's no way you can stop this person. There's no way. And she, for this, I think that this kind of person, since she probably has like a lot of energy and a lot of she could be a bit authoritarian as well. I think that these kind of people, just it's better that they go do things on their own, that they do things individually, that they do things as soloists maybe, because no, a lot of energy and a lot of like straightforwardness. Like, if you don't get out of my way, I'm going to run you over, something like this. And yeah, from the card of Taeyong, we have the Seven of Cups and we have the Queen of Swords. So from her part as well, I think that she, Taeyong is also someone that she doesn't stay quiet. The Queen of Swords is very straightforward as well. She doesn't have any filters. She's going to tell you like it is, but also the Seven of Cups is giving me, this is very Pisces of her, it's giving me confusion. So I wonder if everything that she thought that she had to say to Jessica, or what she had to say to Jessica, is actually not something that happened. It's more about what the others told her. The Seven of Swords is giving me like you are being influenced by others, and the others are like sort of whispering in your ear, being like, oh, you're the boss, so you're the leader, so you go and tell her. You go and tell her. But I think that she's like, yeah, I have to say something because I'm the leader. So I have to deliver the news, and I have to tell you, this is how we feel, this is how it is, this is how it's going to be. Enough of fooling around. Let's get to the point. But the Seven of Cups is more like is the influence of others. I think that she tried to do what is right, but the Seven of Cups is giving me like a lot of voices in her head, a lot of people talking to her. I mean, like, oh, you know what she did? She did this, and she did this, and then she did this, and then she, a lot of gossip, or a lot of perceptions. Like, I think that she did this on purpose because the other day she moved like this and she did like this, and I think that it was on purpose. And a lot of susceptibility, a lot of illusion, a lot of things being made up also. so so yeah, I think that, well, she tried to clear the air, she tried to clear the confusion. It's just that probably she had been like somehow she had been like hearing these voices or hearing people talking or the members talking for a very long time, and she was like done. She was like, okay, I'm done. Stop talking, stop whispering in my ear. I'm going to say something, because stop. But I think that it's not her personal. I think that it's really interesting because I don't think that she ever had like a perception of who Jessica really was. I think that everything that she absorbed or she thought that she knew of Jessica, it was more what was told, what was said, or what the others told her. I don't think that she had like, oh, I had this experience with her and this happened to me with her. No, I think that it's more like about what the others were saying or complaining or saying, and she was like, okay, since I'm the leader, I have to step up and say something. And also assert her dominion. As a leader, she somehow was being asked to be the one that speaks up. Somehow she couldn't stay neutral. No, no, she had to say something. She had to come up with a solution, or she had to, mediate, or she had to, say something. And I think that this was necessary, because if you have someone with this energy, the least you can do is show up as the Queen of Swords. Sort of like, I'm letting you know this is how we're going to do things. Because this, from Jessica's perspective, she was unstoppable. So I wouldn't want to get in the way of this person, but I think that she was very much. She was, there's something. I wonder who is the leader, because in here, if was Jessica the leader as well, or did she have like an important position? Because I think that she felt more in power than Taeyong. She felt more in power than Taeyong, or it seemed like she moved more like the leader. Like, you guys are going to say are going to do what I want you to do. Because there's something about her energy being like, I have to make it. I didn't come here to waste my time. I have to make it. With a chariot, it's like, sort of like a military band, like a military person being like, we move, we get up early, we do this, we practice, and we give our best. And, it's like very energetic and very like, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. And I don't care if you have feelings. I don't care if you're hurt. I don't care. Like we have to advance. We have to advance. We cannot be lazy. And maybe, there was some, people being sensitive and be like, I don't like it when she's like this, I don't like it, I feel uncomfortable. And her being like, okay, for the well-being of others, I will say something. But with the Eight of Pentacles, her work, it's just that, maybe that era, that time, these idols were demanded, were under a lot of pressure, and there was a lot of work to be done, or maybe there were a lot of things to be done, and I think that if these people have differences, it's not so much about ego, is that they were trying to make it. They were trying to keep maybe being number one, or keep being amazing, or if they had, a reputation of being amazing, they wanted to keep being in there. I see Jessica very, very ambitious also, like no one is stopping me. So yeah, I think that if they had differences, it's because maybe they work differently, but it was because of work. But I think that maybe sometimes there's moments where maybe Taeyong thinks about Jessica, and it's like, I actually like thinking that they have more in common than what people think. because I think that they both ambition the same, that it was for the group to do well. It's just that I think that there's something about Taeyong being, I would say, influenced. Like people would go to her and be like, she did this to me, I don't like this, or she said this to me, I don't like this, and it came to a moment where it was enough. It was a lot. But I don't think that she didn't like Jessica. More like influence. Mm. Mm. Okay. I'm going to continue with Jeno and Linghe of Super Junior. Okay. Jeno. Okay. Mm. In the middle. In the middle. Yeah, they have a lot of memories together. A lot of great memories together, Linghe and Jeno. A lot of memories together. I don't know why it feels very paternal. It feels very fatherly, like I raised you, or I made sure that you were okay. I see Linghe like making sure that Jeno was very well taken care of when it comes to money, when it comes to resources or food. Let's see if this works. It's just that we have been here for 4 hours, and 4 hours, and and each of these mics lasts 2 hours and 50 minutes, and we are reaching the 4 hours and a half. So yeah, I just charged this. I don't know how long it's going to last, but yeah, I'm going to have to start again. Yay. they don't let me finish. Like something happens. Don't let me finish. And the reading was cute. Actually, it was very cute. So I don't know. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Um, I have to move everything because Kali. Okay. From for NCT Geno and Super Junior Don Hye, what I was saying is that definitely this connection, it feels like, yeah, it comes from the past and it's very sweet and it's like memories and it's all very like nostalgic, like, and also I think that there's something just very sweet, like it feels like fatherly figure, about Don Hye. We have the Six of Cups twice, from Geno's part we have the Six of Cups and we have the Justice. So very nice, very nice. And from Don Hye part we have the Sun and the King of Pentacles. So yeah, a very loving, stable connection, very reciprocated, I would say. I think that Don Hye was like acting like a father, like a protector of Geno somehow. Like I don't know if he would give him money or buy him things, or just spend money on making sure that Geno had anything that he needed, like clothing, food, anything, like a very present figure, I would say, and also very fun, very loving, very positive. I think that it's great, actually. Yeah, from Geno's perspective about Don Hye, we have the Justice and the Six of Cups. So yeah, very loving memories, very loving, very sweet. Like, oh yeah, he used to play with me. Yeah, a lot of memories. Like there's a very loving bond, and also with the Justice. Geno's perspective about Don Hye is this, that he'd always been fair. He'd always been a very fair person with a fair treatment, but also very, very honest, someone that maybe taught Geno certain rules, or he sort of monitored like Geno, like, or his behavior. He was like, no, you have to be more like this, or you have to learn to be like this. You have to learn, to balance things. Don't be so stubborn. You have to learn to, compromise with people. You have to reach to a level of balance. You cannot be, that inflexible. I'm watching you. Be fair. Don't be so stubborn. But also the Justice is this sense of like, probably there's something from Geno's perspective that I think that he sees Don Hye like this very righteous person, like someone that it's not that he just like, shares the knowledge and he like talks to you about being nice and being fair, and he probably is the opposite. Like a lot of people, a lot of leaders, like a lot of bosses and just people of authority, sometimes they do advise you things that they don't apply to themselves. In the case of Don Hye, I think that from Geno's perspective, it's like, he had always been fair with me, or he had always been a very righteous person, a good person, a person that follows the rules, someone very organized in his matters, someone serious, someone honest. So definitely a very respectful figure. But very cute also, because the Six of Cups is like, also we play together, like it feels like childhood, childhood. But yeah, in the case of, yes, in the case of Don Hye, with the Sun and the King of Pentacles, I think that he's like, there's something about him investing in Geno, being like, I put money in there. But it's like when you watch when you watch a plant or a tree, you plant a small tree or a tiny plant, and it starts growing, and it starts like expanding, and it has like different branches, and it has like a different shape, and it's getting taller and taller, and you're like, wow, I somehow, I builded this tree, this huge tree that is Geno's proportions. I don't know, maybe he was tiny when he was a child, he was very small, and now he's like, accordingly to Don Hye's perspective, maybe now, he's so tall, or he's like, ooh, he's big. But there's something about him also remembering Geno with a lot of innocence, with a lot of brightness, with a lot of positivity, making him smile, making him connect also with his inner child, maybe, yeah, projecting a bit on Jeno, being like, oh, yeah, I used to be like this, I used to be what you are. But him, talking from a place of stability, he's a very stable man. He really is a good role model, I would say. I don't know much about Super Junior members, but it seems like Dongha is very successful or is very stable in his efforts, and probably his efforts are paying off. I don't know if he's rich or what, but he's living a good life because, yeah, he planted the good seeds or he invested well. I don't know, but very nice man. Yeah, Six of Cups, memories. A lot of memories together. So great. I do love this. I do love this relationship. I do love this. Now that I was questioning, like, are they really, really nice? Okay, I'm going to continue with Johnny and Sakuya, and then I'm going to go, guys, because I can hear Kali that she's breaking something. I don't know what she did. I'm sure she made a mess. So I'm going to finish this. But yeah. Okay. Johnny and Sakuya. Johnny. Sakuya. Nah. Well, in his own way, but I think that Sakuya can actually start, loving a bit Johnny. At first probably being like, oh yeah, I don't want to be touched. Oh yeah, no, I want to be free. Let me run free and wild. I don't want to be, please don't get on my space. And then be like, I kind of love this. I kind of love this. Yeah, the world. The world. Yeah, ascension. Yeah, from Johnny's part about Sakuya, we have the Empress and the Five of Cups. And from Sakuya's part, we have the Fool and the Ace of Cups. So see, if this is not an Aquarius placement, I don't know what it is, but it's still playing with us. It's still playing with us because this could be an Aquarius moon, but the Ace of Cups could be also his moon in Pisces. So it could be whichever. And then we have the World card, Ascension. So yeah, a whole new world for them. I think that this connection between the two of them is actually very important. It's very healing. It's very important. It feels like it's like a new portal that is like opening for the both of them or these different generations to connect. It's very interesting because I think that from Johnny's part, I kind of feel a bit sad because, the Empress and the Five of Cups, I think that the reason why he's been like this, or maybe he's like maybe being more affectionate. Remember that I told you that Johnny was going to be like more affectionate towards the members. He was going to start to be more present, seem more happy, celebrating much more. Showing a much more generous side of himself. But, with the Five of Cups, I think that he does this because there's something about him seeing Sakuya and definitely, like, yeah, projecting on Sakuya being so young, and also maybe him perceiving that Sakuya is very young and that probably he's very lonely, or that there's something that, maybe he's missing his family, or he's missing his parents, or he's missing, his hometown. But there's something very maternal, something very motherly of Johnny's behavior. But with the Five of Cups, there's something about him probably connecting with his own vulnerability and even regret or trying to make up for the things that he didn't experience when he was a trainee, maybe, or when he was younger. There's this motherly feeling of like, I have to give Sakuya what I didn't get when I was feeling lost, or when I was feeling misunderstood, or when, when I acted cool and I acted like nobody bothered me, and I acted like I would adapt to anything, and I adapted like, yeah, okay, I'm a part of this, I'm going to stick to this. There's something about him being like, actually, like, yeah, I kind of wished I had someone that took care of me, or just paid attention to me. Probably there's something about him being like, I didn't have that motherly support. There's something about Johnny also, maybe as he getting older, he's also recognizing that he could be like, there's something there's certain needs that Johnny has that hasn't been met by his mother. Definitely, when I see the Empress and the Five of Cups, there's like a lot of, maybe a part of him that he was like, I wish my mom would have taken better care of me, or I wish she would have been more pendant on my emotional being or on connecting with me on a deep level instead of buying me things, or instead of insisting on signing me up to classes that I didn't want to go. Somehow him looking for a mother, like feeling like I didn't have the best relationship with my mother, and I didn't feel like, I could open up to a nurturing figure, and this is not about money, or this is not about prosperity or abundance. It's more about the warmth, like the mother that takes care of you without asking anything in return of you, that the mother that gives you that unconditional love. I think that there's something about Johnny being like, I'm feeling sensitive these days, or I'm feeling like I'm becoming like this kid's mom, and I'm okay with this, and I think that I could be very sweet to them, and I think that I could be, that nurturing. I could give him this because I didn't have it, and I needed it, and I think that I'm lacking on this, and probably he's also like healing his mother wound. He's healing his relationship with his mother, or he's also like healing his relationship with women in general. Maybe him being like, I think that there's a lot of barriers in Johnny. This is why it's not easy for him to get to this level of like, I felt so sorry for myself back then, but I didn't have anyone that would care for me like this. So this is why I want to be this for Sakuya. I want to be like that very annoying mom that wants to kiss you and hug you in front of your friends, and everyone is going to make fun of you, and you're going to get embarrassed because I'm here. But I'm going to be that annoying mom, that loud mom that is going to take care of you, and I'm going to baby you. So let me love you. Like, so, but it feels like, not the father type. No, mother. I'm going to be your mother. What do you need? I will give it to you. And I think that Sakuya is like, flying in the air. He's like, being all like detached and being like, no, please, like, no, don't touch me. I don't like it. Yeah, no, this is awkward. Like, no, 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 don't kiss me. Like, no, 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 no. What is going on with this person? Him actually feeling like, what is going on with this guy that he's always trying to give me kisses or touching me? I don't like it. But then, he's opening his heart a bit. He's like, I kind of understand what you're trying to do. So, and you're being nice, I guess. I'm going to escape for a bit of you. I'm going to start run away to the opposite direction. But at the end, I kind of like you. At the end, I kind of like you. I like you. Like, I'm sort of like becoming sensitive to you. So yeah. Nice. I have to let Johnny know that he's doing a great job with Sakuya. That Sakuya is opening his little heart. He's opening bit by bit. It's not like, oh, he's going to be like that open. He's going to run a bit, escape a bit from him. or be just weird, or unexpected, or acting like, oh no, I don't like it, but then he does like it. Yes. Yes. I don't know why she does this. If she's not that, this is another one that she's not that affectionate. She just wants to bother me. She just wants to bother me. That's all. And also, she cannot see this because she goes crazy. Yes. No. No. Okay, say goodbye. Say goodbye to everyone. Look how cute she is. How cute she is. She's annoyed. She doesn't like it at all. She's annoyed. She doesn't like it. She doesn't like to be held. She doesn't like it. Okay, guys, I'm going to go. It was very fun today. Thank you so much for the extra recommendations. We made it fun. We made it fun at the end because I was a bit dissatisfied. I was like, this is not the vibe that I wanted. I wanted something more fun. So thank you so much for being here, and I'll see you on Sunday. I will create the community post for the K-pop mysteries, and you can leave. I wrote down the ones that we mentioned, but yeah, I will keep receiving more. So yeah, so we will make it fun, next Sunday. Thank you so much for joining, and stay with me until the end. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Bye.